Yeah,
Thank y'all for coming.
before we get started, Mark,
Go ahead.
first of all, this is Mark's first budget as county administrator. And while we're looking at the numbers that they've compiled, and I will thank Michelle, Jennifer, and Mark, they've been working on this budget for months and not days. But I think you're gonna be happy with this budget. I'm sure that gonna be some numbers moved around today, but that's okay, that's the reason we're here. But my direction to them was to bring us a balanced budget with no new taxes, and that's what they've done. So I want the public to know that there's no new taxes in this budget. We're the only government in Douglas County that did not raise taxes this year, so I'm proud of that. So with that being said, it's up to you, Mark.
Okay. I remember the clicker switch. There we go. Got that?
Yes. First, we'll just go over the revenues. What this slide is the 2015 adopted, what you adopted for this year compared to what we're recommending for next year. You do see that they're under the category of taxes. There's about $3.2 million increase, but let me stress, as the chairman just noted, that is not due to any kind of millage rate increase or anything. What that is due to is estimated that there would be about a 2% increase in the digest. We still feel like that's conservative considering we had over almost a 4% increase for this year. And that's also setting our collection rate at 92% compared to 91%, which we've been setting for the past couple of years. We've got about 3 years under our belt of having a trend of at least 92%, so we feel that's still conservative, that still is within what we feel comfortable with setting the collection rate. That also includes next year, that's the first year of the Google pilot, the pay in lieu of taxes, and that is that includes that portion as well. Also, even though our local option sales tax percentage that we receive of the penny is going down a little bit due to the lost renegotiations a couple of years ago, we're still seeing growth in the economy, so that's a little bit of an increase in our local option sales tax. And intergovernmental, the main reason there's an increase is you'll see later on in this presentation, Mark has recommended some ride share improvements. And as you know, most of those improvements, or all of those improvements, are an 80-20 split, meaning 80% of a federal grant, 20% local match. I don't think the state participates anymore right now. Charges for services in courts and law enforcement investment earnings are very minimal compared to what we adopted. It's just it's just based on current trends. Miscellaneous and other financing sources. There is a large variance in miscellaneous, and in the miscellaneous, that is primarily the the jail debt service will be paid off in August of next year. And as you'll see in a future slide, we have received more SPLOST proceeds than what we have projected and what we need to pay off the debt service. Therefore, that revenue is in the general fund budget for next year, and it's captured in miscellaneous revenue. And then the other financing sources, that is the unanticipated rep tax revenue that we received this year that we're going to put in next year's budget for some budget improvement requests.
Let me ask you just one question. On the miscellaneous, most of that is the jail SPLOST overage. Is that what you're saying?
Make sure
It's
I
going
get
to
it
be
backwards.
transferred into the general fund.
I'm sorry, I said that backwards. The miscellaneous is, and I apologize for that because they're close to about the similar amount. The miscellaneous is the unanticipated tax revenue that we received this year that we're carrying over to next year's budget.
Doesn't have anything to do with jail SPLOST.
The other financing source has to do with the jail SPLOST.
Gotcha.
Yes, I apologize for getting that backwards. So that's taking the money after the debt service is paid and after reimbursing ourselves for the property, the general fund purchased. There's gonna be excess in that, and that's applied into next year's budget.
Okay, great.
And that goes with your expenditures.
Now, as far as the general fund, expenditures, this is just an overview page of the 2000, includes general government, judicial, public safety, public works, health and welfare, parks and rec, and planning and community development. It's 2016 requested versus 2016 recommended, and then on the right is the increase or the decrease that is in parentheses. And we'll go over these one by one in the BIRs and in executive session for personnel. And they're all different. It just depends on which, what each department was asking for, what was approved and what wasn't. So they're all different. We'll go through each one of them one by one. As far as the general fund total expenditure summary, salaries and benefits is about 57% of the budget. Operating expenses are almost 26 million, 29% of the budget, and then capital and VIRs are 14% of the budget at 12.5 million.
Mark, how much BIRs dollar-wise did you cut out before you brought this to us? Is that probably on the
We had
next
to
one?
cut out 50,
Okay.
well, that's 12, but some of it's in some of the other funds, but a total of 15 million.
Okay.
Does the renovation of the John Vickery building, is that in this fund?
Yes, it's included. Okay, that's just an intro slide. As far as general fund, it's the same. Did I go backwards? Oh, wait. And this is another overview page of the general government expenditures with the departments broken down. I think there's 2 pages of this. We'll go through these one by one and explain the increase or the decrease from what was requested in 2016. And these are the rest of them. Total in general government, we had to cut 6.8 million out of what was requested by the departments. Jennifer, do you have something?
And contingency right now stands a little over 600,000. You know how we like to put money in the general appropriations contingency account for anything that's during the year that may come up that we see that needs to happen. We put money in contingency. If that money's not spent, it all goes back to fund balance at the end of the year.
And one thing we took out of it, it's a little bit less than last year, one thing we took out for travel and training for each department, that's in each department's respective budgets.
Because we usually have like $1 million in there.
Last year we budgeted around 700 and some thousand.
786.
786. And then we'll talk about what each of these is including, the 2%.
Yeah, each department includes a 2% COLA and a 2.5% merit raise.
Give me that again.
2% COLA and a 2.5% merit raise. Over the past, the reason we went with the 2% COLA, over the past 9-10 years, we're negative 13% difference from what Social Security recommended on the cost of living versus what we approved, and then the 2.5 is what was left over with what was remaining.
Is that report you just emailed us?
The one I just emailed were the last 10 years of
What we
county and merit and COLA for county employees. And I have the other one as well if you need it. Going through the BIRs.
Back up for a minute again. Yeah, on the say that again. For the COLA, you compared it against what the federal. Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
And when you're thinking about that, what about in comparison to the normal consumer price index, right, which is the proxy for inflation? We're somewhat behind that. So you're recommending what? Just 4.5 versus 5, or what was the basis for it? I'm just trying to.
Well, one, that was all the funds that were available. Two, when we go with merit raises, we can't use, we have to be in 2.5 increments.
Right.
Because that's what the salary scale is based on, 2.5% increments.
Each
So
scale.
that they fall on each pay grade is 2.5 higher than the previous one.
And that's consistent across all sectors of our government.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And we're gonna talk later about any kind of, pay adjustment, you know, that we promised the employees.
Yes, ma'am.
We're gonna be talking
That's one
about
of them. And then, yes, from what they recommended, what each department recommended, those were included in the VRs.
In
which
the
will be
study that we.
No, not in the study.
We have not done a study yet.
Yes, no, not a new study.
Well, we did an in-house study, and Mark found so many discrepancies in what we were doing. We were comparing it to other counties, and basically we left out a number of positions that we have in county government that we didn't. So I think Mark is in the future going to recommend that we hire someone to do a study. But I think we're putting ourselves with the increases in public safety last year and these increases, I think we're going to be pretty close to where we should be.
Well, the only thing I'm concerned about are the rest of the people that we promised that we would be adjusting their pay and that we were doing a study, comparing us to other counties.
It's very
about
difficult
our
to do. If you go on the website, what is the website we've been looking at?
If you
DCA.
go to DCA's
DCA,
website,
that
you
there's
get ranges.
You know, the range, maximum and minimum, there's so much difference. It's hard to come up. I mean, we're probably within the ranges that they have on the website already. But how do you compare us? Do you compare us with
Same
Cobb
way the
County?
sheriff's department compared their department with the sheriff's department.
Well, it's a little easier to do it when you just have that many positions. But we have a lot of different positions as far as all county. But this is addressing some of this, Ann, with the 2% COLA and 2.5%
But it
merit.
still makes it out of whack if somebody's underpaid for their job. That's the only thing. That's why I think that it's still.
Well, that's up to the board. If y'all want to pay for a study, we'll pay for a study.
I think we, Mark and I talked about this the other day. You could take the figures off the DCA.
Yep.
Never,
But I looked at
you'd never get there doing it that
I
way.
looked at it, I took one employee, one position, and tried to do it. And then I looked at the rest of them, and you can't do it because DCA's website gives ranges. They don't
It
give,
might be from 30,000 to 60,000.
yeah,
for one
30,000 to
position.
60,000, and most of them, we fall within the ranges of, you know, because we're in the top level of the counties that are listed on DCA's website. We fall within most of those ranges, but it doesn't say, you know, we have, you know, their appraisal account might be, you know, we may call it something, we may call it an appraiser 2 position. So when I talked with Frederick the other day, and I talked with Jennifer, one of Frederick's main reasons for not using the existing salary study, in addition to my comments, you know, that we left people out, that, you know, there were positions that were not included, was that, and I lost my train of thought, but anyway,
It's not comparable to
it's not comparable.
classification.
Our classifications are out of whack, they're wrong. Our pay grade and step it's all out of whack. It's been all, nothing's been changed since the beginning, and plus our job descriptions are all out of date. They're out of date. All the job descriptions need to be redone.
Well, I'm just saying, we did promise them that we would be doing an in-house study, and now it appears as though we're reneging on that promise.
It appears to me that we're giving them a raise and we're trying to get them there, is what it appears to me.
Well, we're giving them a raise, but there's still,
2 years.
you know, differences.
Well, the problem
that
with the DCA
just keep
website
getting
too,
bigger.
we're compared with the Cobbs and the Fultons and the Cabs, and they have 700,000, you know, their budget's 10 times as much as ours. So who do you really compare our employee salaries with?
Comparable counties, just.
But what is a comparable
Sheriff.
county to you?
Coweta, Alden, Carroll, Rockdale.
Well, we're gonna be in line with those already, I'll tell you that right now. It's just, what the DCA's got us compared with the upper counties, with the, you know, population. Cherokee, Cobb, Fulton, DeKalb, and all those counties. So I guess the answer is to pay to have a study done. But I think we're getting there. We got so far behind over the past years because of the depression we've been in. So it's going to take a while to catch up, but we have great employees and we need to do what we can to make sure they're being
Well,
paid.
keep in mind in terms of salary studies. Now, it's one thing to compare sheriff's department employees in Douglas County to Lowndes County and Carroll County and so forth and so on. Start comparing accountants, for example, to other counties. You can't do that because the counties are competing with private enterprise for accountant and accountant positions. So when you talk about non-public safety positions, you're competing against the entire marketplace, not just Carroll and Coweta and Fayette County. And so you got to take that into consideration as well.
Well, that's true, but I mean, everybody.
We keep talking about county though.
Every county's got a road department, every county's got a tag department, everybody's got a tax department, everybody's got, you know, permit department, things like that. I just think that we could do an in-house study with spreadsheets, comparing the scales from DCA, comparable counties, and then using our scale and see where the disparity is.
Well, we've
Especially in
asked
certain
our HR director to take a look at that, and he's also recommended that we pay somebody to do it. It's been my argument all along that we can do it ourselves, but there is some wide ranges. But it's not only salaries you got to look at. You got to take a look at the benefit package that we provide as well. We provide a very good benefit package.
And that's the only, I'm sorry, that's the only other thing I was going to say, just not look at the dollars and cents of what everybody's salary is, but also look at the benefits on top of that, because if you're comparing benefits, salary, and everything, the whole full ball of wax, I think we can have a better comparisons.
And
better
you've
comparisons.
got a point there.
However, because I've had this conversation on numerous coffee conversation meetings about do employees want the pay versus the benefits, because you can't do one without the other. They need to go hand in glove to make sure we do a true comparisons. So, because there's some county who offers a higher salary, but benefits, they're paying out the wazoo for that. So,
Well, it's the same thing with contracted people. You know, we always say we gotta pay them this much money in order to keep them from losing. Well, we do just the workforce too.
Here's my thought on this, and I think both points should be acknowledged. Mr. Chairman, I agree. Going forward with some type of COLA and merit is meritorious and important. But here's my thoughts on we've got to get this compensation right. You know, we've grown beyond small county, right? We need to operate more sophisticated. I mean, think about it, you work for somebody else and listen to the bosses can't get the compensation right. We don't know how to sort of put you in the right bucket. That's not the message we want to send our employees. I think it's something that we need to really look at, bring a professional here, get it right. Not just for our administration, but for those in the future, that we can finally set this right, because we've just outgrown it. And it's not an indictment of the administration. It's not a bad thing. We've just grown. That's okay. So now we've got to go back, reset it across the board for everybody, get it on point, and move forward. It may not require everything gets improved up or not, but we just need to know what it is. But I'm just saying, trying to cut the corners on it and getting it right, that concerns me. I mean, just get it out the way. We've got a study that was done earlier this year that was a throwaway, right? It brought no value. I mean, it was self-dealing, in my opinion, to support a decision that was already going to be done, right? So it's like, but to your point, Madam Guider, it's like, what about everybody else? And I think there is some merits to sort of going and getting a professional in here and doing it right, because us sitting around like going around the mulberry bush is like, okay. But that's all I hear.
But I think the Carl Vincent Institute could help, or either ACCG.
I looked at a Carl Vincent Institute salary study that was done for Bartow County. They got the county administrator gave it to me for free. He sent it to me, and that's not the kind of salary study we need. They pretty much went in, looked at everything. They did they redrew the job descriptions. But their salary increases said, okay, everybody from 0 to 2 years, you get 2%. Everybody from 2 to 6, you get 4%. Everybody from 6 to 10 years or over 6 years, you get 6%. And that was their recommendation to them. So it really wasn't, they didn't look at each position. It was just an overall, let's do it this way.
Shotgun.
But there are other increases that are recommended in the BIRs from each department that are based on other counties and from talking with Frederick down in HR. So there are other, in addition to the 4.5, there are a few that are included in the BIRs.
Uncontracted, not contracted.
Both.
Okay, well,
Thank you.
Where did you jump to?
Okay, as far as the BIRs that were requested from each department, communications and relations, modifications to the back hallway, $2,959. That was not recommended. The modular set for DC TV 23 was not recommended. And then overall, there were 58 new positions that were requested by department heads, and only 16 were approved or were recommended. And we'll go through those. So they also had an assistant director and a camera and editing tech that was requested, and those weren't recommended.
and at some point in time, Mark, we are gonna have to take a look at that if we want to expand or increase what we're doing in communications. I think the city has a half a dozen people that's all they do. And what you have to realize with our communications department, TV is not the only thing they do. They do a lot of different things. So at some point in time, maybe we'll review that again and see if, I know they do need one position over there, and that's someone to, at least a secretary to answer the phone when they're out in the field doing work.
Is there any way of using hotel motel tax for Channel 23? Because to me that is
Tourism related,
tourism. Yeah, it's more so than
that's something we can
where
take
the
a
other
look,
money is going. Yeah.
something we can take a look at, yes.
Courthouse maintenance, the card access system, we've been having a lot of trouble with that this year. It's outdated, it needs to be replaced. And I don't know if you've noticed, I hope you didn't, but there were times after hours or on the weekends, if you tried to get in, that system was totally shut down. You couldn't get in the courthouse
I know.
if you had access. I knew somebody.
I got in tonight.
Yeah.
And then some replacements at the courthouse, window leaks, we've got some window leaks, the window glaze. When you clean the windows, they don't look clean. They can fix that. They can get that glaze off. What happens is the rain hits the concrete window sills and splashes up on the windows, and it causes the etching in the glass. Mark Price has prices on that to make those repairs. Carpet replacement, they requested $178,000. We cut that approximately in half to $90,000 to stay within budget. Video system upgrade, I talked with the Sheriff's Department. We did not recommend that this year. That's the availability for any video system you have to be able to keep the records for 5 years. As far as someone breaks in, someone, parking lot, it'd be all of them. The Sheriff's Department was not upgrading theirs, so I took their advice and we're not upgrading ours.
Go ahead.
It seems like several of these would be appropriate when we reallocate space
Yes, sir.
to the Blakely building and open up areas in the courthouse when we do some of these things, which, like I say, probably appropriate next year.
So with this storage though you're speaking of the video security system upgrade, is it mainly storage, a hard drive?
It's storage.
Okay.
Yeah, storage. The energy management system is to upgrade there. Supplemental HVAC. I don't know if Tom, I'm sure you've noticed some of the problems we've had in Citizens Hall and some other places, but we need, there's some work that needs to be done on the HVAC. BOC ballistic entry, that was out in front of Sherry. We were looking at putting in sort of a cashier type. It would look a lot nicer, but security system there and access, so she could still talk to the public, you know, through the glass. But we took that out, hoping that the security upgrades that'll be proposed later on in the slideshow will take care of that problem.
And
Everybody coming in
this was after the inspection by the sheriff's department said that we need to do something up there, that we're just wide open. So,
Mr. Chairman, and I think to that point, you know, there's both the security, but then, you know, I guess Douglas County has grown beyond its family culture, right? Which is the public having access to the Board of Commissioners to come up there. It's conducive, you know, for what our culture once was. Now it sounds like our culture has evolved to a place where we really have to be concerned about, you know, those who would cause harm. And so is the sheriff suggesting right now that that is something we must do now? I mean, that there's a true imminent threat, or is it just a nice, I mean, what am I hearing?
those mostly, Commissioner, are recommendations that the sheriff makes to us. And he does that, is it a yearly basis, Mark? That he will do the inspections?
They're beginning that process.
It's just, I think that basically to cover himself, he makes those recommendations, but right now, you know, you really have access to the back way as well as coming in the front way. I don't want to limit the, or limit someone from coming into our office. I mean, we've all got open doors up there ready for the public to come in.
Right.
But at some point in time, all you have to do is turn on TV to see that something's happening at courthouses all over the country, and we got to make sure it's not only safe for our employees and our elected officials, but we got to make sure it's safe for the citizens who come up there to visit us.
I think this topic will be largely addressed by the main entrance.
It will be. It will be.
I would hate to see it.
But I just wanted to explain why we even had this on here.
Okay.
Because of the sheriff's
That's what I was concerned about.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I think you'll see later why we took it out.
And Mark and I have talked about maybe having an entry just for employees and let them have some kind of access just for employees. Then you wouldn't have to have the security in 3 different locations, just have it in 2. And
That's going to be a part of our conversation
It'll be a
today.
part of it. We did look at it. I talked with Captain Nally, is it Captain?
Yeah.
It's Captain Nally. And he said the problem with that,
Chief,
Chief Nally.
Assistant Chief.
He said the problem with that, if you have x-ray machine for the front door and you have employees that can enter the side doors, according to the fire marshal, you still have to be able to exit those doors. Well, when you exit those doors at Truth and Liberty entrance, somebody can go through the front door, go downstairs to Truth or Liberty, open the door and let somebody in. He said that's the problem. So you would still have to man those stations.
Maybe man it, but maybe not have the x-ray and all that.
Okay. Human resources, countywide online training with local government risk management. Frederick asked for that. We recommended it. New classification and compensation study, which is a salary study. We recommended that. 2 new positions we did not recommend.
The training, are we talking about very specifically risk management, or are we talking about customer service and those
Customer
sort of things?
service, supervisory skills. Frederick's looking into it, and
Okay.
we're open to suggestions too.
That's bad.
That's the 2 we've gotten
That's
so
a big
far.
need, yeah.
He even mentioned like sexual harassment, anything that we you know, that employees need to be aware of and everything, but that would be all encompassing.
And, I mean, a lot of the stuff is prepackaged, I mean,
Mhm.
it's minimal cost.
And we have some new young supervisors in some departments. There's one out here with Gary Jenkins, and he's a perfect example that, you know, yeah, he needs to learn. There's a lot of stuff to learn, and he's,
Knows his job, but it
Knows his
doesn't
job.
necessarily how to interact
Yeah.
with the public, so.
Or his employees, you know,
Mhm.
your supervisor.
Mhm.
That's a big deal too.
information services, replace courthouse phone system initially, to replace it exactly like we have, $350,000. I talked with Russ. He'd rather go with a hosted phone solution. He had three options: the hosted phone solution, and I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to tell you what it is off of this email because I don't totally understand it. Russ highly recommends this one. What we'd end up doing is we'd be paying like $9 per phone. We'd have to buy the phones, pay $9 per phone. It's a hosted solution instead of just our total system. And it'll save us money in the short run. It costs us a little bit more every year, but it's less than the $350,000 to replace what we have. The hosted VOP system, the only capital equipment required is to buy the telephones. That's it. The switch and everything that we have now, which is what we have a problem with, I know a couple of years ago, and now it's probably worse. You get a new employee, there was no plug, no hole to put their plug in for their phone. You know, there wasn't
Couldn't
even
add
The
to it.
ports.
you couldn't add to it on the ports. And this will take care of that.
Well, what about
All
the
that stuff
departments
would be
that can't
off-site.
transfer calls to another department? That's a big
That would-
problem.
Yes.
This
it
would
take
get
care of that.
everybody, I think what he said too, this
I'm
would
not
get
sure
everybody
about
on a
hosted.
4-digit. This would get everybody to be able to, you could just dial 4 digits anywhere and
Good.
get,
Good, because that's a big
Yeah.
problem.
And with the Bleakley building coming online, they could be on the same system.
That's good.
Same thing.
And the only thing I guess I'm hearing is that you won't own the system, you'll just, would you own the phones or is it lease?
You own the phones and then
Lease
you're using their switches. It's off-site, it's not on-site.
what he had mentioned are the advantages are the lowest capital investment, the greatest mobility and feature set, and disaster recovery is offloaded to the vendor. He said the disadvantages are you're fully dependent on the internet connection, and there's little savings on the long-term operational expense.
So I'm gonna have to depend on Russ to make this decision because I don't know anything about telephone systems.
Well,
So-
we
and
haven't
he's
talked,
done- and
really
he's done a
talked
great
about
job
that in
thus
the
far.
technology. I mean, we've
Right.
He
Right.
mentioned it, but we
Yeah.
haven't really talked about it in
Right,
the
right, right.
technology committee.
He's actually recommending the hybrid. He said he's convinced that a hybrid VoIP solution is the best alternative.
I'm good for you.
It's a
Yeah,
hosted hybrid.
It's a hosted hybrid via a VoIP system.
Well, before any decision is made, I think he needs to talk to some of the department heads. You know, the ones that have high caller volume, and sometimes, you know, there's systems that the caller can actually give them a number or something like that that will populate the screen, and it saves a lot of time, such as like the tag office or the tax office and or the appraisal department. But just highlight department heads need to talk to him before anything is purchased to make sure that you have that spool out there where you can.
It needs to be interactive, I think, like you're saying.
Yes, and it can be put on hold and messages be read at the same time. And maybe have different modules on each one of those.
Right.
You're talking about tax, you do this. If you're talking about tag, you do that. If you need a homestead, you do this. You know, it's just saves a lot of man hours.
And I guess we don't know the base of the phone to see what that would look like and entail to determine if some of that is doable or possible, or this is just a makeshift to kind of get us there to, before trying to spend $350.
You don't want drop calls.
Right.
And we had that problem years ago in the tax office.
He mentioned that all current generational features of phone systems will be included: music on hold, Find Me, advanced call routing,
See,
automated attendance,
Okay,
right,
voicemail to email, etc.
got it.
good.
That's good.
Yeah.
He's looking at a courthouse wireless survey and wireless expansion. I know a lot of people still having trouble with the Wi-Fi in the courthouse. PC refresh, he's at the point now where we're replacing all computers every 5 years. I think he's about to finish up the last of those, and then we'll be on a 5-year cycle for those. The interactive panel that's actually not recommended. The interactive panel for the Board of Commissioners conference room, actually that's in Citizens Hall. No, I'm sorry, this is the wrong thing. Interactive panel, that is a computer screen. That's a smart board instead of the
Get Google to donate one.
the projector and the screen, then we have a computer screen on the board.
For those who went up to Carroll County with us, that's
yeah.
what they had in their room in there.
I went to speak at Douglas County High School, and they have them in their classrooms. And I was doing a PowerPoint, and I just had to touch the screen. I didn't have to be back there with the computer.
Yeah.
So it was pretty neat.
Okay.
But that is the conference room.
Yes, that is the conference
Yeah,
room.
that's what-
That is the board conference room. Silence protected antivirus. This is as a result of the Russ's dealings with Silence to test our penetrability from the outside from hackers. Everything's fine with what we have now. This will improve it. And then office equipment maintenance and support, that's normal. And then a couple of smaller items. The 5 Avaya switches for 911 at $26,000, that was taken out of here and moved to E911. That's just a separate account.
So that piece is not under his account, it's under 911.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's needed, but
He's still in charge
Charge
of
of it, right.
911 pay
I
switch.
got you.
New 2050 new vehicle for property management and a rubber tired backhoe. It's a smaller rubber tired backhoe, it's not a big one. And that will be used by multiple departments, Parks and Rec, DOT, on some of the smaller jobs. Risk and safety, the 4 property claims, what our initial idea was to put our average insurance claims into risk and safety's budget. We took those out. That's in 190. Multi-passenger bus, $120,000. We did not recommend that. Matt recommended that for use during the summertime. Parks and Rec takes up our, I guess you call it a bus, the one that the board uses. They take it up during the summer. Gary Dukes has requested one, so we took Matt's out. That's what Matt's was for Parks and Rec.
We're gonna share.
And any other one, so we're gonna share one. Other people will still be able to use it, but Parks and Rec will mainly be using it during the summer. Tax assessor's office, income data service, personal property audits, and timber assessments. They need all of those.
they need to eliminate paper, don't
Yes, ma'am.
they? They copied the same records as already in the clerk's office.
And the election board is, the only thing they requested was Easy Vote Solutions, which is voting software.
Is it in there?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in there. I couldn't see for that.
Yeah. Right.
Your head's in the way.
That's why I numbed
That's
it.
right.
It's in there.
Fair enough.
General appropriations, the Bleakwood building renovations. That number's a little high. We just averaged it up. It was like a 3.8 something. We went ahead and made it 4. Courthouse renovations. That's 2 X-ray stations. We're recommending, according to the sheriff, we talked with him, and the judges, we're recommending 2 X-ray stations at Liberty, Truth and Liberty. Relocating the one at the front, and then that includes paying an architect to redesign the inside of the front entrance to make room for those people to queue up for that X-ray machine. We may have to use the hallway that goes back to the handicap ramp, but that does include architectural fees for that. And then yeah, that's it on that.
You know how it backs up in the morning when you have court? What is this gonna do to the people who are lined up? You don't want them lined up outside.
Well, you got 3 entrances now. Instead of them all going through that X-ray machine,
Okay.
they're gonna be coming through 3 different entrances. Now they'll come in the side doors, they all go upstairs and go through that one X-ray machine. Now they will already be secured because they're already in the courthouse. Either one of 3 X-ray machines. So that will decrease the line some because there's additional entrances.
Okay.
And there's some room in those hallways to back those X-ray machines up to those first set of double doors on each side. So there's queuing area at the Truth and Liberty, and then a larger area that will be up front.
So those side entries won't even be used for entry based on,
Yes, there will be X-ray machines. We're proposing X-ray machines there as well.
okay. And that means with an officer and everybody else there as well, the side entries. Okay.
Which
Should
would
be
be,
interesting.
it would decrease the queuing on the second floor. Because they're already in the
It'll
building.
increase the cost of trying to maintain the building itself.
Yes, sir. But it would increase security.
Yeah, and maybe to that point, and if it truly becomes a courthouse, right? So if you've been down in the federal building anywhere else, if it truly becomes a true courthouse, then rightfully so, as we begin, if courts expand, if they expand, as our current judicial side, sort of expands their territory, I think it warrants additional personnel to make sure it's secure. Again, we're already vulnerable, right? It's not like this is, we're responding to something that's already on the books. We're just addressing it. I think it's something that, again, as you begin to stretch out, and now the judges are on the other side of the current security system, or the DA or whomever, the defenders, I think it's just something that we really have to, yes, it's a cost. I mean, it's our reasonable service is to provide security for those who are administering justice like that, right? It's not, it really shouldn't even be a true hard debate, because I'm like, okay, it's serious. I mean, these guys, us, yeah, we deal with taxes, yes, there's vulnerability. These guys, 20, 30 years, right? The risk to them is great. Whenever I talk to them, I'm always amazed. It's like, okay, look what you do. And I just think that we can't take that lightly, that, okay, it cost me $40,000 to put a security guard out there, or 2 or 3, for what the exposure they have in their lives to make us safe, as part of the process. So for me, I'm comfortable with, sort of making that type of investment in the security of these elected officials that are providing that type of value to the citizens. That's it. Leave it at that.
Just one though. So are we? I know we're talking equipment, making renovations and all that possibility, and at a cost of what we envision here. We also are looking at the operational cost of that as well. Or are we not?
Yes, that's included in those numbers.
Okay.
Where it says additional deputies.
Okay. Got it.
And what's included there, 2 deputies and a bailiff, and those, which is currently what's at that's at the X-ray station now on the second floor. That's worst case scenario, that could be 2
I got you.
deputies
At each location. So
at
we're
each
talking
location,
6.
so it would be 4 or 6 worst case scenario.
But the numbers justifiably are accounting for 2,
Yeah, I mean,
There's accounted for
Additional.
6.
6. Okay.
Yes, sir.
2 additional. I mean,
No.
4 additional.
6. Right.
We already have 2. Yeah, okay. Did I
Be
just-
6 additional. The other ones are already included in the budget.
So the 2 extra X-ray stations now for Liberty and Truth will have 3
Oh, I
employees on
thought
each
y'all
one.
said two.
Two
We're
deputies.
hoping
Three.
three and two,
We're
but
hoping we can get 2, but
Okay.
3 are budgeted for each station, so that's 6.
Okay, that's.
We're hoping we can get 2.
If you think about it just in a practical sense in terms of where people park,
Right.
most of the parking is on the sides of
That's
the building.
exactly right.
You know, what is it, 80% of the parking, 90% of the parking, but yet we bring everybody in through the front door where there's the least amount of parking.
That's where they walk around. That's where everybody gravitates to.
Yeah. So just from a pedestrian ergonomics, sense, it makes sense to do that. And of course, the top of the building is a security issue.
Okay.
Appraisal, we're recommending 1 new vehicle. Their data moving to the cloud and then replacing 11 printers. That's a smaller one. And we did not recommend the 2 new positions that they asked for.
They are in dire need of communication devices for the appraisers. They go out and they have to check out a phone or a walkie-talkie or whatever. Everybody that goes out to remote areas certainly needs
Yes,
to
ma'am.
have communication.
I agree. Let me expand on that. You're exactly right. We've experienced a really considerable increase in efficiency with our code enforcement people with tough. I don't think I got tough books. We'll just say tablets.
Yep, tablets.
And certainly the assessors bureau needs the same accessibility, and our patrols for animal control, people out on trucks, they need the same capabilities. It's going to improve the efficiency. It's going to. So I've talked to Bill about that, to talk to Tracy to find out what the benefits have been for her department in terms of code enforcement. So let's just file that away.
Well, I certainly wouldn't want to go out and measure somebody's house without some kind of communication.
Out of this year's funds, we're purchasing them for planning and zoning and for development control.
You really need them in the appraisal department.
And that's what this will do.
Well,
That's what this will do.
And we just recently accepted a grant for public safety for the fire department. To me, I'm not trying to take anything away from the fire department, but animal control is public safety.
Yes, sir.
So we need to think about that in terms of grant funding.
And we might be able to find it out of this year's budget too. So we'll look at that.
Is
I
our
have-
grant
Bill
funding
had
going good?
mentioned it, so.
I'm sorry.
And
The grant
He
consultant.
brought up grants. I see where they have a lot of meetings, but are they bringing in any money?
I haven't seen anything yet. Actually, there was 2 a couple months ago. I'll have to check. I don't remember.
But it was just something that we haven't
Normally get anyway.
been, that we haven't
No, I
already
think it
get.
was something we
Well-
hadn't been.
Okay.
They were smaller items. They weren't very big.
Follow up and let us know.
I'll find out.
Okay.
The tax commissioner has asked, I think he's talked to a couple of you, probably all of you about it. The kiosk, he's been talking with Arbor Place Mall, I'm not sure where he got with that yet, and
I
Kroger.
don't think it was Kroger.
Yeah,
It was
he was
Kroger
gonna
that
try to
said
talk to
yes.
the Arbor Place Mall, but the owners now they're not local, so they're a little bit tougher to get to talk to. Anyway,
They know
that
how much
kiosk,
traffic that brings in.
oh yeah, but that kiosk will allow people to renew their tags,
Or anywhere in the state.
yes.
It's
Anywhere in
not
the state,
just
actually.
Douglas County.
Really?
Yeah. you
Oh, I
can
didn't know
visit.
that.
Yeah.
Right in there.
In fact, they're getting some from Carroll County now. So that's well worth its money if we can find locations, secure locations for them. And maybe isn't there a police station down in Thornton Road?
There's a precinct, a county
A
precinct
county
down there.
precinct? That would be ideal for a precinct, for a kiosk. Might want to talk with
That'd be
Tony about
something.
that.
And that cost is the maximum cost that it
Yeah, that's
would
right.
be. I think they have to clear, is it $1,000 a month? And if they get that in fees from people using the kiosk, then nothing has to be paid from the tax commissioner's
Yeah, it'll
office
be
for
free.
that.
But is this just for one location or 2 locations?
One.
And just my suggestion, at least 2.
He was gonna try it with one, see how it worked, and then expand
Expand
out.
it.
Yeah, to see if it's gonna cost us.
Carroll County.
It largely needs to be a place where there's a lot of traffic, a lot of foot traffic. This is not, I don't see this as the sort of thing that people are gonna travel to just to do that one thing.
Yeah.
But it's if it's in a location with a lot of traffic, then that would be probably very beneficial.
Well, it's cheaper than a satellite office too.
He just said
Yeah.
over.
You know, and we need one down in the,
You know, the money's in the budget, he gets through half the year and he sees that it's working, it's great, then yes, he'll probably expand
okay.
to a different location. Because the money will still be there.
Mhm.
On the judicial side, again, this is just an overview. These are expenditures, not revenues. This is just an overview of what was requested from the judges and the department heads and what was recommended in the respective increase or decrease. The net result was a decrease from what was requested of about $654,000. District attorney, biggest item was a victim advocate. This is grant related. The county's match would be a little over $13,000. Out of the total of 68, the rest would be picked up by a grant, and you'll see another one from the solicitor here in a minute. I think it was a solicitor, but it's pretty much the same position. Legal staff assistant for juvenile court team, that was not recommended. Mainly based on, we went through these, but it's mainly based on the availability of funds. Magistrate, new positions, none were one requested or not? Yes. They did ask for that part-time judge that Judge Camp was talking about. That was not recommended.
Why was that?
They didn't
So
want to
what
be
enough
called
money?
during the middle of the night. They
Well, I know,
wanted
I
us
know,
to have time.
She's
I know.
asking for that for 2017. I think she's put it on y'all's radar right
Yeah.
now.
Okay, that's my point.
That's
Why
why there
don't we
wasn't
do
any
it?
money.
I
That's why there's
talked,
no money in the requested side.
I talked with Bobby at the sheriff's department, and they are looking at e-warrants that, with their system that they're implementing. So that is not, that may alleviate.
Yeah, it could.
Yeah.
On this, and the advocate, whatever you call it, an advocate, does that get into sort of this whole mental health component, which is, you remember we were talking about having that conversation between a social worker and an attorney and how they're going to deal with that, and sort of this assistant public defender? How does that weigh into this?
I believe that the victim advocate that both the DA will be getting through grant funds as well as the solicitor has to do with, they're getting that because of having accountability courts.
Right. Okay. So that's a yes.
Yes.
That is.
And then the one you're talking about should we have a social worker versus assistant public defender, you'll see that probably in the next slide or so from the public defender's office that's being recommended, that they get the assistant public defender. Because the judges, when we asked them, when they came in for the budget hearing, they said the social worker does not qualify, or they need it to be an attorney in order.
Right,
for
somebody
it
to
be.
deal with the judicial side, the court system versus
Yes.
a general social worker.
Yes.
Good. Continue.
Juvenile court, the sound equipment in the courtrooms, and you'll see some more later on. There's a lot of the sound equipment and some of the hearing impaired equipment is in dire need of replacing. A lot of it doesn't even work. Then information technology upgrade and license assurance. And as far as the chairs, we tried to find enough money this year's budget. We still may be able to, but right now, no. And there's a lot of departments who have asked for these. Some of them had enough money for this year, some of them didn't. But a lot of the chairs are just, they're just old and they need to be,
Developmental
either
services
replaced.
dragging.
they're in the process of being replaced right now. They had the
Good.
money this year. They split it with Douglas County DOT.
To that point, did carpeting, stuff like that, general, how do we handle that? Do we replace carpeting or no?
Yes, sir. That was, actually the ones you asked for earlier this year in the elevators has already been replaced.
Right, right.
That was
okay.
replaced a couple of weeks
I
ago.
tripped on that, yeah.
Mark Price asked for $178,000. He He replaced some this year. I don't remember exactly how much. It wasn't that much. It was probably about, I'm guessing, 60,000.
Okay.
Next year he asked for 178, and we recommended 90,000.
And I guess my thoughts are less on our side of the building and more on the judicial side where all the traffic is, right? All the traffic is. What about over there upstairs and
That's
so
included.
forth? That is.
A lot of the stuff they did this year, that they
Yeah.
replaced this year, was on their side.
Okay.
Clerk's office did.
Mhm.
Clerks,
Yeah,
judges,
clerk,
behind the
definitely.
scenes. Yeah. Okay.
But yes, they did replace a couple.
And are they done in the squares?
Mhm.
Because I noticed some of them went one way and another.
Yeah, they didn't really line
That
up.
way you can just replace
Yes, you can replace each one.
damaged tiles.
Mhm.
And then the 0 to 3 child court coordinator that was asked for in the constitutional officers retreat, that was not recommended, just mainly due to funding.
Well, no. Zero child. Remind me what that was. Is that where you got to separate? You got to have somebody to oversee. What is that one again?
0 to 3.
Yeah, I know the age.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah,
We're
yeah,
gonna
yeah.
pull up her description real quick.
All right, that's fine.
Yeah. I'm thinking 0 to 3, I think that's the age of the child.
Uh huh.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Um,
Was there a need to keep them set? Go on. Tell me what this one was for. While we're denying it.
Michelle's pulling it up right now.
I'm always sensitive to the juvenile side and specifically children where they need a little bit extra oversight, extra separation, extra. And so I'm listening to the full budget, but then I'm also looking for the needs of the community, and they have certain rights. And so I'm making sure the needs of just, okay, I'd like to have our carpet clean versus, okay, we really need to, this child has rights. I want to make sure we balance that. So when you find that, let me know.
Yeah, please keep in mind too, there were two sets of, there was one pot of money for operating expenses, which includes salaries and new positions.
Yeah.
Then on the other side, there's another pot that was available for capital and BIRs, and those, if you cross the line, then next year you may not have enough money. If you pull from capital and BIR
Move it over.
and move it over, next year that money may not be there.
That's fair. I mean, I understand.
Michelle, you wanna read out?
This administrative coordination and advocacy work will assess community needs and resources for the child population. They'll develop relationships with key community stakeholders, increase coordination and collaboration among participating agencies and resources, monitor and track cases through data collection and system that maintains information. And then it goes on to just talk about the work that they'll do with that specific demographic population in the courts.
So coordinating out with community, whatever need this 0 to 3-year-old needs. I don't know what that means, but
I thought Amanda Bryant did some of that. Not all of it.
Is that with core?
Yeah.
yeah,
Yes, I think
we're a
so.
separate thing.
There's a resource for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She works
She
closely
did.
with Judge Walker.
Yeah, she is out of juvenile court.
Yeah.
That's right.
Well, why don't we do a little more research on that
Yes,
particular
let's mark
line
that.
item, and
Sure,
when we get through the whole process, we'll see what we got left over.
sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yep.
Okay.
And then juvenile programs administration, they asked for two new laptop computers. They didn't have anything remaining in this year's budget. Probate court, copier replacement. I don't know, they didn't have money this year. There's a couple of them, there was a lot of these new copiers, and I think we just approved one for the solicitor. We found money this year. They asked for two, in probate court, they asked for two entry-level employees that were previously frozen. They froze those back in the
Freshman.
yeah, 2008, maybe somewhere in that range. It would take a couple of years. They're asking for two of those back. We recommended none just because of the availability of funding.
Could we put an asterisk by that particular position as well? I think, he gave up two people, and he asked me for one new position. That he's added another one on.
Okay.
But can we review that, come back and review that one when we get through?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we can check funding.
Okay, okay.
I know he's processing a lot of gun carry licenses.
Yeah.
Well, your population grows, marriage licenses.
Concealed.
Yeah.
And additional marriage license now,
Yeah,
so, he may need that one person, but if we can go back and just review it when we get through.
Okay. Public defender, a couple laptops for court use, and again, replacing some of the chairs. We waived the cost of putting new, we call it refurbishing the chair versus buying new ones. Some cases were cheaper to go ahead and buy them, depending on the type of chair. But they're replacing these. They're replacing 10 computer monitors and 5 scanners, and they talked with Russ on all these. New positions, this was one, as far as new positions, this was one of the ones that were on the top of the list besides the security positions. The assistant public defender, Monica asked for a new assistant public defender pretty much for accountability courts.
Right.
They are so swamped, she doesn't have enough people. They're being told now they have to have a public defender over there all the time.
Assigned, yeah.
She was
Right.
having to get up.
Yeah, she was going back and forth, and they were just spread out so bad. She asked for a new social worker, but for the same reason, and we're trying to hold off on that. She said she could get by with the assistant public defender.
How are we getting ahead of this sort of mental health court and just in general accountability courts? And, you know, the judges are judging, right? And to a certain extent, they only can do so much as far as, you know, they know what they want, they know what they need to be done. But as far as, you know, who's steering this whole process so that as these courts come online, you know, veterans are going to come. I know we have 1 year in on drug and DUI. How are we making sure we got the best design? I know, Mr. Chairman, you had mentioned we may need to go look at Gainesville, and I know Cobb, I just saw something recently was in the paper talking about theirs. But how are we going to get ahead of this to make sure that we get a good model for us versus, you know, I'm always afraid of, you know, we get a position, we put it in place, and it's just sort of we're just sort of piecemealing ourselves along to it versus coming up with a true design. We already know that we're going to do it. You know, it's thou shalt do this. So we're not. It's not so much as that. But I just want to make sure as this thing comes online, especially because it's not as funded as it should be. I won't say unfunded, but let's just say it's to be. I'm not making that the point. Is how do we prepare for it? It's more preparation for that which is ultimately going to come. If they said that 20% of the people that are currently in our jail could be eligible because of some type of mental health, let's just use that as a population. Let's say it's 800 people. We're talking about 200 people that could be popped into this over time, not all at once. It's not a release program. But I'm sitting here just doing the math, right? 25% of 800 people, easy math. Right now, what do we say? It's about what? 75 people that have come through the drug and DUI based on the last time we heard one of the judges speak, right? So that's 75 people. So that's over a year. So again, as this grows, how are we getting our minds around this to make sure that we're properly prepared, recognizing unlike drug and DUI that maybe have, you know, community-based programming, this one has a residential component that we still have to address. And so, Mr. Chairman, I mean, this is something that perhaps a subcommittee that I'm willing to be involved in. I talked to Madam Guider about the other day. How do we really get ahead of this?
Like a steering committee
Yeah.
to bring all the, you know, the faith-based community, the courts, and all these other, the state and all that. Bring us all together where we have a vision. You know, to say this is where we want to be and what we want to accomplish, and actually monitor the results of.
I think that's a great idea. You know, in the past, we've been dependent upon our judges. Of course, not everybody has the accountability courts as we do, and I think we're doing a good job.
Yep.
My biggest concern with the accountability courts is our present governor has been very supportive. But when our present governor's not there anymore, are we going to have any state funding for these positions? And that's what we got to be prepared for as well.
Well, the nation is looking at prisons and the cost of housing prisoners in lieu of rehabilitating them and using their time out period to educate them so that and even expunging their record, so that at some point in time when, say you're an addict, you mess up, you go to jail, it's on your record, it could be on your record for 15 years, where maybe after 5 years of clean, soberness, that it's expunged, so you, it doesn't keep you from getting a job, because that's why the recidivism is so high, is because they get back out and they are just bombarded by no work, obligations, the fees that go along with probation and parole.
Well, in the past, it's been a cycle. How long is it gonna take it before this individual is back in incarcerated again?
Getting a job.
And I think it's a great idea for us to form some type of subcommittee to study this issue. I think probably Douglas County is ahead of the game right now as far as our accountability courts go, but we need to stay ahead, and whatever we can do.
Well, we need to work with the workforce out there, the companies saying, would you hire somebody if they have proved themselves after so.
And the governor's new Work Smart, would that come into play, Kelly? Are you familiar with that program?
Yeah.
It's brand new.
Work development, that all of that is necessary, but
That's part of it.
again, but part of it you gotta recognize there's two parts. There's those people who have committed a crime that are in the judicial system that has to go through this accountability court. And then there's those who are totally haven't, that we're trying to prevent through education to get them help. One of the things that we're, as a county, has to do is make sure we've got adequate resources here to even provide the service. Right? So there's two things, providing the services. I mean, you got Dr. Herndon, right? How many forensic behavioralists do we have in this town that can provide the services locally? And two, how do we deal with the housing? And the housing, as you know, came up in a delegation
Temporary
meeting.
housing.
Temporary housing, but
Yeah.
still housing. And how do you deal with this situation where, if you think about the personal care homes and assisted living homes where you've got 3 or 4 people that are in a home that we can handle through local ordinance, but we've got to get ahead of this. They've got to have a place to go. You heard that very clearly from the judges. They've got to have a place to go. And where are we going to do this? And guys, it's not going to change. You're not building any more hospitals. You're not building any more prisons. There'll be housing units. They're pushing them down.
Mental
on us.
health facilities are closing.
Right. So it's going to get pushed into our communities.
Using our jails.
And this is something that we have to talk about, especially with the public, which I think having this steering committee has to be a public-private partnership, faith-based, nonprofits, everybody at the table to sort of figure this out, because they're going to be living amongst us. This is not going to be somewhere in the country, somewhere in a facility. This is we're talking about local provision of services for this and for treatment over time. And the other thing, and I'm sure we'll get into it, is that even how to get them around. But I don't want this to fall on deaf ears. Is that I just want it, Mr. Chairman, I want us to make not so much a study, but come up with a good design. The study may suggest that we're sort of still thinking about it. I think we just want to come up with an action plan. Is probably the best way.
Absolutely.
And that's why I steer it.
And I want to invite all of y'all to come to the Community Service Board meetings, which we had one yesterday morning. I chaired that committee. We're providing a lot of this residential places for citizens of Douglas County already.
Yes.
And you'd be surprised at how many are taking advantage of that. But the problem is state funding continues to go down. Like Ann said, that, they're closing mental hospitals and there are no beds there. Well, they're also cutting funds that come into the Community Service Board, which provides those residents for those type
And
people.
I talked with Jerry O'Neill the other day, and I'm sure he's talked with you too. Now they have shelters, both for men and women, and he was asking, can y'all help us? Well, they do a community service, those shelters do. And I think we should put something in the budget to help shelters like that.
Well, that was gonna be part when we wound up. We don't have anything in the budget like that, but Jerry did come to speak to me as well. And they
need
do a
some
lot for our
computers,
community, and
too.
they need some help. And they do need computers.
They need, and I thought maybe some of these older computers we're replacing, that we can donate to them, because they teach people skills while they're at their shelters, so they can go out and get a job.
I don't know the legality of
I don't either.
of that, so
Yeah.
Kim will do some homework
I've
for us.
talked
I'm
with
sure.
Russ about it, and he was gonna talk with you.
And I think you'd
I'm not
have to
sure.
declare everything surplus and.
What we normally do with our computers, I know we take everything out of them. We
The
got
hard
it.
drive, we
Yeah.
haven't cleaned, but they can still be used.
I'll talk to Russ and see what.
Yeah. Okay.
I just, a quick remark, we're talking about a steering committee or blue ribbon panel or whatever you wanna call it. It needs to be very community-based. I would hate to see it overburdened with, elected officials and
Oh,
city
no, no.
officials and everything like that. But
No, you gotta
we need chamber people, we need non-chamber people and a lot of other resources around the community for public.
Even
input.
restaurants that could possibly supply some food for some of the shelters. Things
And some
simple like
employment,
that.
also
Uh-huh.
some simple employment.
Yeah.
One of the things I have sort of took an initiative on is reached out to our congressman and identified a few grants that are related to the federal perspective for mental health prevention. So I think, again, it's got to be at every level. We've got to work toward this because this is, again, there's very limited resources at every level. But where we can sort of leverage our dollars all the way up the food chain, and I've always been an advocate of that, it's every level. Mr. Chairman, I think you're right. We probably have a good foundation, a good footprint. Perhaps that could be a model for the rest of the state, but we just got to make sure we get ahead of this and get a good plan. That was all.
Okay.
But this is a national problem.
It is,
It is a
absolutely.
national problem, and everybody's looking at it. There was an article in there from NACO
Makeup.
about jails and mental health. Go ahead.
Okay, where are we?
We'll be here.
The solicitor, they asked for 4 new positions, and we recommended the last one, which was the victim advocate, which was similar to the one with the DA, and that is partially grant funded.
You know, I think then we go to the reallocation of space and working with a lot of these departments are crying for space and they're in closets and storing in hallways and stuff like that. As best we can, I think we need to kind of restrain our hiring for these positions until we have locations for these people. And that's not far off, so.
Yes, it's not, you're right. Public safety includes coroner, emergency management, sheriff's detention, sheriff's enforcement. This is just an overview, we'll go through each one of those. Emergency management asked for, he had 2 choices, either the sirens or the COOP, which is continuity of operations, and he said the COOP was more important at this point. That's where it's a software program, and it also teaches, it's for department heads, and it also teaches them what to do in certain scenarios with either natural or man-made disasters. The building for EMA large equipment, we're going to move that to the Blakely building.
Removing what to
He asked for a new building at $72,000. There's enough room at the Blakely building to accommodate those.
Store equipment.
store equipment.
Yeah, just to store the equipment that's out behind 911 right now. It's sitting out in the open. It doesn't look good. Mainly
I think
Jason.
Randy's got the same
Jason's
problem too.
Yep, Randy does too.
Well, it's not recommended, but I really question the value of sirens,
I do too.
especially the ones that are verbal and it's you know, you don't know what they're saying
Yeah,
anyway.
you can't, I agree.
We need to really drive our emergency call system that Wes is a champion. And I'd like to see us more promotion around that and go into churches and homeowner associations, that sort of, get people signed up. Because just about everybody's got a phone, got a communication device on their hip.
Exactly.
And it's so much more effective than sirens. So that's all, I don't want to belabor the point.
Sheriff's Department, they requested 31 vehicles at a total of 800,000. In the past, I think we have averaged 24. Yep, 24, which is a cost of 580,000. New audio video camera systems for vehicles, DVD burner for video evidence, and then tasers for recently hired employees.
All right, let's go back to the vehicles right quick.
Okay?
So you said on the average, we're buying 24.
Yep. Yes, sir, 24 vehicles.
I would suggest that we go ahead and make that change now, 24, 25.
Because that's probably what they're expecting.
Probably the other, they might have, they knew we would cut something.
One was
out
the
of
price and make it 20.
I would suggest we go with 25 on that particular line item.
I do too.
I'm good.
Is that okay with everyone? Okay. And what would that cost us?
You're looking at about, each vehicle costs about $26,000.
Got a calculator on you?
Yep.
Well, I gave,
It's over
did you do
100,000.
that, flyer I got in the mail, cause I've got a
100.
deal box where the sheriff's, old mail comes to me. If you
25.
buy 20
Oh,
vehicles, they
we
give
would
you
say
one
this would
free.
be actually cutting the expenditures
Oh,
by
yeah.
Yeah, I gave it
155,000.
to Bill Peacock.
155,000 would be cutting.
55 or 25?
155 is what we'd be cutting that number, 8010.
Yeah, it'll go down by
About
155.
645.
646.
095.
646.
095.
Okay. Everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Unless you want to lower that number. Nah.
Mark,
Yes, sir.
did you just say tasers?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Tasers for recently hired deputies, 20.
Okay. And so back, and I guess I'm just speaking into equipment in general. Dealing with, and I know when I met with the sheriff and his here, you know, my private individual meetings with the constitutional officer, he had mentioned something about the camera retrofitting for all the cars. For all the cars, because the equipment had gotten old, or I guess it's more high definition now, and you gotta get more crystal when you both are visually looking at something and also what is called audio and visual. Now, I'm not a techie, but to that point, is there in the budget also equipping our officers with body cameras? And this is a topic we've had for a couple of years, and I know we're trying to get down the path of what
No,
it
sir,
costs and what
that
it
is
is.
not in the budget. Do they already have that capability? I'm not sure. We can check on that. But it's not in the
They
budget.
purchased,
no.
they purchased a number of those. I don't remember, it wasn't a great number.
It was through
10
their
or 20 or
policy.
something like that.
The money that they broke.
Drug fund?
Yeah, let's follow up and see how many they do have. And,
They didn't ask for it this year.
No, they didn't ask for it, but let's see what they purchased and go from there.
The conversation again for me is, and again, limited budgets, first things first. If I got the cars, let's go ahead and continue in that. So I respected his choice, but you know, my conversation was always about the money and being able to do it. I know there was some savings in their budget from last year, etc., about 200 grand. I mean, what I'm concerned about is just like with the cars, you're concerned about the officers. You know, we want to make sure this stuff is accurate. We want to make sure that we have a record of it. Obviously, body cameras provide a certain degree of the accuracy of what happened, and it's just a function of if we're equipping the cars, or are we not equipping the officers who may get away from the car? Because everything that happens is not car focused.
I
I
agree.
think that's limited in that, you know, we're saying we're equipping the cars, and I'm like, okay, I pull up next to you, that's for everything that's on the road, but our officers do a lot that's not associated with just pulling people over and giving them tickets, respectfully.
Well, and it helps with any liability for the county.
Yeah.
Right.
And we, you know, we've pulled back 154,000
Right.
on the car purchase, so it could be a wash, but we need to know more information about the body camera.
So you wanna know how many they have and what their thoughts on them?
Yeah, just, I mean.
Yeah, we need to get their thoughts. Since they didn't ask for them,
They didn't ask.
we need to find out if they want them.
But is it, and again, if it's, I'm cautious of that because it's like, well, if I got limited resources, I want my cars equipped first, right? Because that may be frequency, but if it was always a conversation of, well, where are we gonna get the funding from? Is there any federal dollars? Because you heard so many other counties were using federal dollars to do it. But, you know, or other counties were looking for other sources. But everybody doesn't have a drug fund like we do, or like we said, the savings we have we're growing healthier. But nor do we have to sort of look at what other people are doing. It's what do we believe is in the right interest of our officers, right? I want to protect them. It shouldn't be a question of whether or not we want it or not. It's like, why wouldn't you provide it, right? Why wouldn't you give them the proper equipment to make sure that they're safe, that they're accurate, that when something goes down, it's like, no, we support our officers outright. You know, let's start with that as our assumption versus question, well, I don't know if, I mean, what is the hesitancy? And I don't think there really is. I think it was really a dollar value that you've got 400 officers times some number. I mean, it's math, right? And
Mhm.
we do
Yeah.
have to have it, and that's all I'm saying, Mr. Chairman. So we can
Okay.
park it for now.
All right,
and
we
we'll
can,
find out more.
I
we
sent
can,
him an email
have
just
that
now.
conversation. Okay.
Sheriff's detention. Let's see, no, back to new positions, they asked for two new communications positions. And then increase clothing allowance from 600 to 760 apiece. We did not recommend.
What's the
either
purpose
those.
of, I mean, what's the purpose of increasing the clothing allowance? Don't we pay all of it anyway?
Yes, sir, we do.
We give them an allotment each year of $600, and certain investigators,
Okay.
and all that. And that's not just the sheriff's department, there's some in any investigator that's in the district attorney's office, public defender's office.
All of that.
So my thought on that is, if we did it, we can't just do it for the sheriff's department, or we treat everybody for free, fairly. So we,
But we already
already
allow
give them
600. Okay.
And this is also, if you're talking about investigators, so you're talking about non-uniformed people?
Yes.
Yeah.
For their undercover,
What about firemen? Do they get
Yeah, they get a
Separate.
allowance as well.
$600?
It's included in the budget.
yeah, they just get
It's
it.
uniforms.
It's uniform.
Uniform, yeah.
This would be for any investigator. I don't know if this has been something that's been, in the budget for a while, that certain investigators, because of their types of clothes they have to buy or whatever, they get an allowance each year.
Okay. But Mark didn't put it, he left it out, so we'll
Yes.
just leave it out for right now.
What clothes they wear anyway?
Yeah, right. What kind of clothes, I'm just curious, what an investigator wear that need to be.
Undercover,
Right,
it's like camouflage?
right. They pull off and they like
Yeah.
Batman.
You know, I don't get it.
What is-
Tattoo.
I understand it. We used to
These
call
are these are undercover agents.
it, used to call it, you used to call it a uniform allowance. It used to be called a uniform allowance. I don't understand.
Well, it is with the fire department,
Right.
but not with this department. Okay, we don't have it in there, so let's move forward.
Okay, yeah, it's,
I'm just curious. I'm like, what
Okay.
is it?
Sheriff's detention, they asked for new lawnmowers. The previous ones were given to them from property management, probably, it was a while ago, 6, 7, 8, maybe 10 years ago. They asked for 27,000, and they do cut a lot of grass. Not just their grass and their maintenance, but properties all over the city, the county, from Austell all the way to pretty much the whole county. They also asked for new positions, new inmate crew. We recommended yes on that. That will be reimbursed by the city of Douglasville. We never heard back from the city of Bell River. They asked for one as well.
I don't think they want to pay for it though.
And they could only be, we can only use them in
Inside
Douglas County.
Douglas County, yeah.
the Douglas County
Yeah.
portion.
now, we had committed as a group, as a commission to a crew last year, and there was some question whether it was ever,
I finally got confirmation from now it is in place.
and they are
We
working.
have a total of about, I think it's either 13 or 14 crews. That new one was put in place last year.
Okay, all right. 'Cause
He
there
was
was some
confused
question.
about my question.
Okay. All right.
2 transport warranty deputy positions were recommended per their request. And then 3 court services deputy positions. Those are not, doesn't have anything to do with the x-ray machines at the courthouse. That's the accountability courts. There was some question about some of our side of the employees about their safety, and then now the judges are on board with that as well.
right.
So they're asking for some deputies over at the accountability courts at the old courthouse.
Don't they meet after hours?
Yes, ma'am, some of
Do
them
we
do.
contract with off-duty personnel to do that? Not have to hire new people?
I'm not sure. We can ask them about that.
I know it'd be overtime, might be
Mhm.
considered overtime, but it'd still be better than having all the perks and everything for new employees, would it not?
I'm not sure. We'll have to check on that because you're gonna need them during the daytime too. But yes, there are some after hours operation over there. But yes, ma'am, we'll check on that.
Maybe to that point, Mr. Chairman, I'm sure you will weigh in on this, that at some point we're growing, and again, the recession probably pushed us off a little bit, but at some point our judicial system is growing in such a way that we will go beyond the 9 to 5 as it relates to providing, this function to the public. And so, night court, accountability courts, it runs over because they have to come after hours because they may have to work during the day, do whatever they need to do to report in. And I think the need, again, government expands. It doesn't have to grow. I don't want to send that wrong message, but it has to expand with the function that's being delivered. And so if we've got this need to sort of roll over, the world doesn't rotate around 9 to 5. Right? Sometimes we get caught up that somebody keeps working all 24/7. So do we think that there's going to be, at some point, we're going to need just people who work beyond just that period of time, and are we ready for it? And I guess that's really my question. And do we anticipate night court, and maybe this is in this slide or something like that, where it's going to move beyond that? Whether it's a Superior Court judge, a magistrate judge, it's nighttime, whatever. Just trying to get ahead of it. And your thoughts?
We're not in line to do something like that now, Kelly, but I understand where you're coming from, and,
Right.
and I think in the future we will have to have that discussion. But right now, I don't want to grow with government any bigger than it is right now.
Understood. But it was more for the function of as we
I
come online.
understand what you're saying.
Because accountability courts just grew us, right? So think about it, it just grew. Think about it, we're now in an old Gore house, we now have, and it's very small, trust me, we're absorbing it with probably existing resources with a couple of them, advocates and so forth to provide something. But as this pipe begins to grow, it's going to stretch us. And I guess I'm trying to, as opposed to be reactionary, we can at least plan to grow versus just, I'll leave it at that. I think we get it.
And I think we're doing that as far as taking a look at whether, what's going to happen to us when we get that 4th Superior Court judge. We've got another state court judge. Our judicial part is certainly continually growing.
Right.
And we're looking at, and I think purchasing the building up the street, that's a part of looking toward the future. And we still have to look toward the future as far as an administration building at some point in time. I know people think we have a new courthouse, but that courthouse now was built in, 1998? And I don't know what our
We moved in
population.
in 98.
Right, okay.
We moved in in 98.
We moved in 98, and unfortunately, we've outgrown that building already.
Well, the population didn't freeze at that point.
That's right, that's true, that's true. But I think we are looking toward the future, and I think you're right, Commissioner, that these are decisions that are going to have to be made in the future. That we expand those hours.
Right.
And I think we are looking toward that future, and we're making the moves as we can afford to make them.
Next section is Public Works. And this is just an overview page. We will go through this in detail. The difference between 2016 requested versus 2016 recommended was negative almost 2.8 million. This includes DOT administration, maintenance and instruction, traffic operations, fleet management, and motor pool.
Just on one point about the milling head and everything, we did a pilot program this year using millings on High Point Road in lieu of even the calcium chloride. Now, calcium chloride has been very effective, but it's a temporary effect. It don't last a season, where the millings actually will last several years. And this is just using used asphalt. And we're stockpiling some now to be used, but we really do need to kind of look at that and look, because if we're not going to pave them, the dirt roads, at least we can. This is kind of like tar and gravel, isn't it? But even after all the rain on this past week and so, there's been no washing on High Point Road.
Are you saying you'd like to see that milling head
Road.
put back in?
Yes. Is that to lay down the milling?
Or just the equipment?
That's just the equipment.
to,
Well, it includes both. That's the milling head attachment, that's the milling head, and the dump trailer.
we
So
really,
it includes both.
I think, the milling is gonna be more effective even
Okay?
over the,
Longer term.
Yes, we can
longer
add
term.
that back in.
Let's do that.
Thank you.
Right-of-way mowing contract and litter control and vertical mowing. This year, pretty sure Randy's supposed to include the litter control in the contract. We had some trouble, not with the sheriff's department, just that some of the deputies were out sick and we didn't have a crew that were readily available right behind some of those mowing contractors to pick up the trash, and it looked bad for a while.
Yeah, ahead of the mowing contract.
Ahead and behind, because you can't pick it up, all of it
Yeah.
ahead.
Yeah.
And there's gonna be some that's missed, so we're including it in the contract. Randy asked to double. Initially it was included, he asked to double the contract. Initially it was included. When we got around to how much money was available, we came back around, we recommended what was approved for 2015, which was,
But let's see how it goes. Let's see how it goes with the trash pickup prior to bush hogging. But I would say generally, it's been head and shoulders above what we've been able to do in-house, just in terms of linear miles and stuff, and gotten really positive feedback from people. People have noticed the rights of way with these contractors. And the discussion always comes up. I don't say it always comes up, but occasionally it comes up. Why don't you use prisoner crews? Well, we do that. We as we just heard, we've already got 13 crews working different parts of the county. But if you think in terms of efficiency, when a contractor goes out there to clean up a right of way, let's say he's got 6 people. Well, he can put them out at 1 mile or 2 mile increments, and in a given amount of time, he can. I have done the math, but he could probably quadruple or even better the efficiency of an inmate crew. If you think of an inmate crew of 6 people, you got one guard, and it's 6 guys walking together. They're walking together because the guard has to watch that crew. Contractor is not so constrained.
they're picking up the same piece of paper.
Right. Or they're watching this guy and watching this guy pick up paper, and they're just walking. It's not. What I'm saying is not efficient. It has a great purpose and a great service to the community,
Yes.
but it is not efficient like these contractors can be. We get the right of ways cleaned up, bush hog, and then trimmed and brush cut. They do a very detailed job compared to what we're really equipped to in-house. So there's a place for both of them.
Workers can too.
Mhm.
They don't have to be on the guard. They're just serving.
Well, community workers are another set of problems, but we can talk about that.
Question to that point, and Mark, we had this conversation early on this year, and it's dealing with when our jurisdiction comes in contact with the Board of Education. I'll use a reference example of like Shoal School Road, both for trash, both for median cut and everything else, and it was well, where does the line lie with us versus the Board of Ed and community, sort of like, well, this is a county road, and how have we resolved that? Like, did we ever reach out to the Board of Education to sort of synchronize sort of what I'm gonna call common areas of jurisdictions, basically, these streets and stuff that connects us from school?
No, I do not have the answer to that question. I'll have to find out.
I'll tell you what, the schools, I'll tell you what the answer's gonna be, the schools, that those roads are yours, they're not the Board of Education, and you're responsible for them, that's what they're gonna tell us.
Really? So,
Yes.
so those long strips of
Am I
roads,
right? Yeah.
you know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
There's law on that, Mr. Chairman.
I would like to suggest that this board write a strong letter to WSA about the culverts. We've had several culverts in my district that washed away and everything, and the answer is always, well, that was an existing problem. Well, they've had the water runoff for
Stormwater.
10 years,
11.
11
The
years.
storm, yeah.
We need them to pick up these jobs that are not county anymore, or either let us have it back and we'll do it.
Well, we don't want it back.
Well, and
I'll tell you that.
Well, we want them to if they're gonna.
Well, that you gotta,
money, they
I don't
need
know
to-
whether you're talking about
They're
private property or you're talking
I'm talking
about,
along the roadways.
well, that each project is a different issue, I wanna tell you that. If you start going on private property, that $4 is gonna go to $40 a month, because there's no way, you can keep up with all the covered work that needs to be done with $4 charge.
I'm talking about Bright Star Road, and there's 2 drop-offs as you turn on one as you turn on Rice Street, one as you turn off of Cowan Mill onto Bright Star. If your back wheel drops off, you're gonna tear up your vehicle,
Well,
and you can see.
if you'll send me an email telling me which ones that we need to take a
Well,
look
we
at, I'll
already
be glad
asked
to.
them to
Douglas
do
County
it, and they,
DOT.
Well, send it to me
Improved
then.
both of those.
Do I?
Douglas County DOT improved both of those locations. as
well,
much as
it
they
washed
could.
away. They just put dirt, they extended the pipe,
Mhm.
but then around the pipe still washed off, and the drop off is back. And I've already talked to Randy.
You already told
But
me.
what I'm saying, that's a culvert problem. That ought to be that's water runoff, stormwater runoff, and WSA needs to be picking up some of these jobs like that.
They do, WSA does so many projects every month. But if you'll keep me advised of which ones you're talking about, we'll certainly take a look at it and make sure it's not private property, though. We can't
It's
go on
not,
private
it's
property.
not private.
Okay.
I know that.
But they usually cut it off at the property line.
What they're saying is it was an existing condition. They've had this,
Well, if the county had gone on that piece of property and done some work, then the WSA is required to go on there, on that property. But most of the cases, I'm gonna be truthful with you, most of the cases that we're talking about are on private property. And if you start trying to fix all the individual problems that we have throughout the county, there's not enough dollars to do it. And I don't want it back,
well, the
so.
2 that I'm talking about is not private property, but they,
Is
I'm
it on
just
an
saying.
easement or a right of way or
Yes.
what?
right of way.
Yes,
Are you familiar with it?
Yes, sir.
Is it an issue that WSA needs to tackle? Or is it,
It's borderline.
see, that's the problem, that's the problem you have. They're
why
all,
would it be borderline?
Well, I understand, our position is it's their issue, that they should make
Right.
those repairs at Rice and Cowan Mill. Gil's position is, or WSA's position is that we widen the road, and we're the ones that cause the problem.
That's gonna happen all
But
over
either way,
the
Douglas County
county.
DOT extended the pipes and evidently have to go back out there because the dirt washed away, because it didn't get, the grass didn't get stabilized or whatever,
But I'm just saying, if it's stormwater that's causing the problem, then it ought to be WSA's problem.
well, if you use that definition, if it's stormwater causing the problem, then WSA should be doing all of it. Because if you're diverting that water to a certain area, it's gonna wind up on somebody's private property sooner or
No,
later.
I'm talking about on roadway. Maybe I ought to be more specific. Go look,
I'll be glad to look at it. Nobody's brought that to my attention, but so I'll be glad to take a look at it.
But another thing is fire hydrants. At one time, who was painting the fire hydrants? Is WSA, are we gonna do it? Is fire department gonna do it?
WSA is maintaining the fire hydrants.
They are? Because we discussed this last year. Was that an agreement?
I'm not positive. I know the question came up about 6 months ago, and I got with Chief Spencer, and he said WSA were maintaining the fire hydrants.
Well, maintaining, I don't know if that means,
I
functionally.
don't think that means painting them. I think we still do
Yeah,
that.
functionally maintaining them, but.
What about flushing them? Do we do
We'll
that?
follow
that-
it.
that would be-
WSA flushes
WSA.
them.
Won't you flush
Flushing
them?
them, Scott.
WSA.
WSA flushes them.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the fire department used to paint them. The fire
Yes,
department.
they're supposed to, for water quality, they're supposed to flush the fire hydrants.
Yeah, they're done.
Okay.
Before we get too far
I
off
was
this,
checking.
Let's take a 5-minute break. As we've gone for a little while, we'll take a 5-minute break. We'll be right
I'll
back.
get my, Ken, when we come back, I wanna make sure I'll talk to Ken offline, I wanna get his opinion on this Board of Education thing and who's gonna do what.
Okay, I think there's some legal issues
Right.
there, but talk to Ken. He's very familiar with it.
Ken, you help me out? We'll talk in a minute. Thank you. Awesome. Turn that over. Okay, okay.
I'm stuck in a hole over here.
Yeah, those wheels sinking the carpet.
If that's a problem, I don't have to go. I thought it was
No, I was just taking by surprise. I'm fine.
You got gas.
We'll ride together all the time.
Apologize for that, but I
Fireplace,
it was
it
all
didn't
set
smell. I
up.
called Gary Jenkins.
She did mention it,
Literally smelled.
that she thought you might want to ride with me, and that's why
Maybe,
that's the last
maybe
thing
I
I
had a problem and I realized.
No, that's not a problem. We can go to the courthouse and drop your car off.
I called him though, just.
Actually, where do you live? Because I'm thinking getting on Post Road to go to town might be better. Maybe.
I live off, you go down Mason Creek to Callaway.
Okay.
You've been a,
I know. Then we could leave your car at the parking ride,
yes,
and then we get on Post Road right there. And
but then you have to come way out here though.
That's all right.
It'd be closer to do it,
The courthouse, they have both our cars there.
yeah.
Okay, let's just go to the courthouse. We'll just go to the courthouse.
Okay.
No problem.
Yeah, when we get to the general fund,
I've always started out.
No, we're fine, we're just, it's only 10, how long is
It's
it?
gonna last an hour, unless Ann asks to.
Almost 11, it should go,
Going pretty good?
if we can get through the general fund.
we're a third of the way through it, but some of it'll go a little quicker.
Yeah, okay.
Because we won't be discussing the whole page.
There's that wasp, y'all. There's that wasp.
Don't mess with it.
Ah, I got it on my shoe. I tried to step on it. There it is.
We have an audience for the first time.
Can you get mine? No, I got the wasp.
Oh, is there another one? Oh, it's the same one?
Yeah, well, it was crawling over here. I just stepped on it.
I am
Can I
with
use your
myself, I guess
napkin?
you could. Oh yes, I'm a student at Georgia Tech, but I'm down by Fairburn Road, so just trying to get engaged and trying to get informed. So thank you for having me.
Deal. Got him. He's gone. He's a goner.
I also went to Georgia Tech. How are you?
How are you? Yes, ma'am.
We like to see some of the younger generation.
What's your,
It's good to be here. It is.
what's your major?
So I'm currently double majoring in public policy and that's about it. Oh, I know.
Yeah, I know. Good name. What do you want to do? Civil? Yeah. I'm in civil.
That is hard.
I like that.
You know, some of the others, some of them have.
Can you let it down so that you can stand up and work, or you
But you know,
can?
they say that this causes bad.
So that's what they have at the 911 building down there as well. Because, you know, those people sit there for hours at a time and they have to stand up.
In the mountain department,
That's right.
Would it make those chairs?
Okay, Mark, I want all the input that we can get, but we're just not moving fast at all. So, if we can speed up the process just a little bit.
Okay, DOT maintenance and construction, we
I don't want
added
anybody to shut up, just talk fast.
back the milling head. We recommended the, single cab 1 ton 4x4 for sand salt application. We can also use that for the mosquito fogger, which we added. We additionally had that out and we added it back in, the mosquito fogger. The F250 4x2 they can wait on. The right-of-way tractor, we need that, but we can get by with what we have, especially since we have the right-of-way contract. Next year, we're probably going to have to buy a tractor with the attachments. As far as new positions, he asked to unfreeze one equipment operator, one laborer, 2, and we did not recommend either one of those. DOT traffic operations, blue toads and inclinometer, we didn't recommend those. They were the higher ticket items. We can get by without those. Will they help us later on? Yes, they will. Blue toads works off traffic counts, pinging cell phones. Do we need that right now? No, we can get by without it. We can use DOT's traffic counts. We get those free from them anyway. But will it help us later on? Yes, possibly, but we need to wait on that. The inclinometer measures the curvature of roads. We can get by without that for now. New bucket truck, they were wanting to put 2 in operation at the same time.
Now, hold on, inclinometer, I've got one in my Ford pickup truck.
Mm-hmm. I do too.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't use it. You have to tell me what it means.
What is an inclinometer? I don't even know what
Yeah, I
that
don't know what it is.
This
It
angle,
tells you the angle of the.
I can't imagine, okay, yeah.
is. Let's move on.
There we go.
I don't have one in my truck.
Okay, the
Okay.
bucket truck, remember where it came over more of the city streets?
Yes, ma'am.
But the our bucket truck sits there
sits
not
a lot.
moved a lot of times.
Oh,
The one
Yeah,
we
it
have.
sits there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we don't. They were wanting 2 so they could work on.
I mean, it'd be nice to have two.
It would.
but, we don't have the money to
But
buy
it's
two.
not.
We're gonna look at it. We're gonna look at it down the road. We recommended a pickup truck for the traffic signal division, and then not. Let's see which one. Yes, no transit van for the traffic technician instead of the bucket truck, and then we did not recommend the next 2
Okay.
pickup trucks. Those were new replacements. They can get by without those. We did recommend a mini excavator, which actually that can be used by property maintenance as well. It's big enough, it can go in. You can drive it through a normal doorway and use it for demolition. You can get it around traffic signal boxes. I mean, it's a small backhoe.
Be used across the county.
Yes, sir. Different
Departments.
departments can use it.
Okay.
All right.
DOT administration, they asked for 3 new positions. They have 1 position that's been open for 6 months. They haven't hired anybody back, so they don't need the access management engineer right now. That was for plan submittals picking up, and it really hadn't picked up enough right now to need that position. Plus, they still have an open position. The receptionist, what I told them, they needed to take the lady from.
They can share.
Yes, they can share. They need to send her up front. They need somebody up front because we've gotten a lot of complaints over the years about DOT not having anybody up front to see the public. So
Okay.
they're supposed to move her up front. And transportation planner, and we did not recommend any of those. Capital Transportation Fund, LMIG countywide surfacing. County's portion's about 1.78 million. Randy requested 3 million. We recommended 1.78, and then the discretionary transportation match funding. It was requested on 500,000, and we recommended 300,000. How does this apply with the number? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just gonna ask, go ahead, you had a question.
How does this?
That
We
one
did
point-
these 2 recommendations without some information from the intersection of Stewart Mill, Yancey, and West Stewart Mill that we've been trying to get for a while. We finally got it last night about 6 o'clock. So how does that information work out with
That
these
3
numbers?
million that he requested, that included the LMIG money funding of around a little under $1 million. So the 1.7 is actually the county's portion, and then you have another 981 added to that to perform next year's 2016's resurfacing program. Michelle and I attended a House Bill 170 and 106 webinar yesterday, and because I think the question was asked is when does our LMIG start doubling or at least increasing, and that does not start happening until 2017. We'll start seeing that LMIG funds increasing more than what we've been getting, and I think for us, it was at one point when some of the projections that ACCG was giving us was, we could see almost about $2 million coming in from LMIG.
But is some grant money gonna be available for the collection, the money that they're already collecting? I mean, I saw in the paper the other day that number's in the millions of dollars already. I understood there was gonna be some grant money, that you go out some grant money for transportation out of that early HB10 money.
I'm not sure about that, but I could email Randy
Okay.
and see what kind of response.
We've always been a supporter, proponent of this, having a discretionary infrastructure fund for transportation. And I'm concerned about seeing it diminish, but what level is it at right now? Do we have a balance going forward? So is it this 300,000 plus some monies, or?
From the information that we got from Randy late yesterday, because that's what was hinging on how much we could tell you how much you had in your CTF for discretionary. I think you're looking around about $1 million is what's sitting over there right now.
Right now.
And then this would add another 300,000 to that.
Could I make a recommendation? We talked about this at our work session this week about if we do work like in a subdivision where we've called in bonds and we save money, that the savings stay in the transportation capital fund.
I think
I
it's another
disagree,
legal question there.
There are other projects, just like, we've been using that, whatever's left over on other subdivisions where we've called in bonds. We go in there and replace some stuff. There's actually some, like in Holly Springs, we used a lot of the excess on some streets that were from like 1999, 2000, some of the early ones where there were no bonds on them. They still did not have topping after 15, 16 years. We finished all of those streets with excess bond money.
But we're getting on a different issue here, folks, than what we're looking at in front of us. So can we move on with what we're looking at as far as how much money we want to put in this discretionary transportation fund?
Yeah,
This is excluding bond dollars.
Yeah, let me weigh in on this one.
Okay.
I'm gonna stand with the vice chairman on this to see this going. I had 4 town hall meetings, and the #1 priority was transportation, and it wasn't necessarily alternative modes of transportation. That's a different topic. It truly was continue down the path of resurfacing. Okay, I mean we got a lot of points for the Skyview Drive, this particular site, but that whole Maxim Road area. So I'm speaking specifically to District 2, not to diminish anybody else's district. But transportation is key. If we didn't really do much over the past 8 years because of the recession, because it just wasn't there, the digest didn't offer it. There was not anything coming down. Now that we're in a place that we can. And again, I'm looking at the budget, I'm looking at last year's budget versus this year's budget, right? And though we're not raising any taxes, the #1 priority is transportation. That should not diminish. It should hold at a minimum, but the fact that it's diminishing is of a concern that we've got to continue to go down the path to where the taxpayer said, I want to experience my tax dollars. Everything we're talking about, these capital buses, trucks, whatever the case may be, the people don't experience that every day. It's like really interesting, right? We spent, to the chairman's point, we spent a lot of time on things that are less impactful to the citizens who are paying for this. And I think this is one area that requires a little bit more policy conversation, that we need to put a little bit more money into this, and maybe this is not the time to do it. We probably can do it at the end, however you guys want to leave with this. But we are going the wrong way, and we need to put more money into this. And I guess to my last point is, I'm careful in how do we continue to push forward on transportation. We've got the Lee Road corridor that needs to be expanded. There's dollars that haven't been spent already from prior SPLOST that I'd like to get an accountability for. Where do we stand with this so we can move forward?
Could I make a suggestion?
Yes, sir.
I would like to see the 200,000 replaced, reinstalled, but let me give you a reason why. First of all, the CTF, discretionary transportation match funding, it was never considered match funding, it was considered infrastructure funding.
Right.
Now, in the past, it has been effective and needed and useful using it as match funding, but the intent was not that it'd be reserved for match funding, so I'm not a little concerned about the title in there. I would like to see the 200,000 reinstated, and I'd like to see Pool Road paved. I don't think Pool Road can wait another year.
Was that not on the list this year?
No.
Pool Road?
No,
You agree?
we had to split up. I had to give him the part of my district in the reapportionment, and Pool Road was went from me to him. But I agree.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Very bad.
Pool Road was on the list this year.
No, it was Pool Mill Road.
Oh, Pool Mill Road, okay, okay, you're right. Yeah, both of them.
I would like to see the 200,000 reinstated. I'd like to see Pool Road paved, and as a second priority, Pool Mill. What-
Okay.
Pool Mill was paid.
It was paved, Pool Mill, what?
I would prefer that we, instead of designating these dollars for a certain project, that we just increase this back to $500,000.
Okay, we can have discussion.
And we can have discussion as far as what district gets to spend it.
But I
later on.
guarantee you, that's the longest road in the poorest condition in the county.
It is.
Now, there are some roads that are in poor condition, but I'm talking about in terms of linear miles, that's the poorest road in the county.
Well, I got Randy to do his department to do a analysis of road miles. And I've got 34% of the roads in my district because of my land area. And some of my roads, like Post Road, may have been paved a few years back, but now that it needs resurfacing again because of the traffic and the wear and tear and the speed.
Well, that's the argument for continually funding our resurfacing programs, because we need to change that cycle. Instead of every 20 years, for 30 years, we need to be recycling on at least a 10 or 15, 20-year basis,
And that's what
not
this
a
is about.
40 year.
And that's what this is about.
That's exactly right.
And Mr. Chairman, to that point, back to the, again, when we absorbed or picked up with the service delivery, the SDS whole process, we picked up some city roads.
Yes.
Right, I'm just using that as an example, not to focus, but like Riverside Parkway, right? What do we do now that we have these, whatever, Chapel Hill Road, everybody else? That needs to have a budgetary conversation, right? Because that's a little bit separate than what we were doing all along. Now we've just added some huge roads, right? Some major roads to the need. So now we're talking about perhaps another $500,000 to deal with what we promised we would deliver. I don't know where that money comes from, whether or not in our funds that we set aside, whether it's UNINC or wherever this shared is, there has to be some type of accounting for, we just picked up 6 major roads, or whatever, it's 7 now. And I just want to make sure that we didn't just pick up those roads in the context of back to a shrinking,
No, absolutely not. And the state, we picked up those miles as far as the state's concerned as well. So LMIG will get additional dollars for those streets in our LMIG program.
But the problem that I'm seeing in my district is the trucks coming from like Savannah Court, and that's going to escalate. The number of 18-wheelers coming down Caps Ferry Road, Liberty Road, and they're tearing up our roads.
Well, I sent a copy of the email to each one of y'all yesterday or today. Got it. There's been legislation introduced to increase the weight limit from 80,000 pounds to 91,000 pounds. And I sent a letter to David Scott saying, we don't support this because we're getting less transportation money, and now they're going to want to allow trucks to beat our roads up even more.
They can't even pass the transportation fund.
No.
And the thing about it is the weight limit is only on the bridges.
Yes.
If they want to cut down one Caps Ferry Road down to Liberty Road and get to I-20 there, also avoiding the way stations too.
But this is worth this conversation, guys. This is major. This is a major, versus a lot of this, what I call transactional, sort of signing off, which we probably should spend more time on this type of topic, which is policy, which is, again, you've got a port that's opening up. It's going to send a lot of trucks. Mike, you're involved in what you're involved in at ACZ. You know this. And so here we are, a little local county. And again, we're getting beat up. And obviously the airport, which is Camp Creek Parkway, Thornton Road, 166 on the backside, all of these are major truck thoroughfares. That I'm looking at this, I'm like, this is not adequate funding for something that, again, with all this light industrial that's coming into here, whether it's city-based or county-based, there's a lot of commerce that's coming through here. And our infrastructure is not gonna hold up. And so, I mean, look how often we have to rebuild Riverside and Thornton Road because of the trucks. It's inadequate. So I'm looking at this and I'm thinking again, I'm thinking we're still $500,000 short on this. So, Mr. Chairman, I at least want to put that out there as a parking lot. We can come back at the end and Mark, you can reconcile this, but I still think $500,000 needs to be in there because that's what this meeting is about. It's the bigger issues that the public is looking for, not that, again, the trucks and systems and stuff that they never get to see. And so I want to make sure that's a record. So
absolutely, and I think we all agree that we'll try to move that mark to $500,000 mark. But I want to tell you folks, we can't do this. Local governments can't provide all this infrastructure by themselves. We got to continue to pound on our federal representatives to pass a transportation bill. Right now, it looks like we might get a 6-year bill that's funded 3 years.
Right.
So, I mean, we'll be happy to get that, because all we've had over the last 8 years is an extension of a current bill.
And it runs
So
out in
somebody's got to
December,
bite the bullet, and whether it's Democrats or Republicans, they've got to sit down and make this decision to fund infrastructure, because it's not just Douglas County, it's this whole country that's failing, our infrastructure's
If
failing.
we
But,
keep them
Mr.
on the
Chairman-
state highways and off the county roads, that'd be one thing
But,
too.
Mr. Chairman, to your point, let's not lose sight of Douglas County. We've got a decent balance sheet. We've got decent credit quality, right? We've got something to work with, and I'm gonna drive this home one more time. Which is, in the meantime, while they're working out politics, we gotta deliver on behalf of our citizens, right? And so if we have a down payment, let's go to the state, let's go to the feds and say, look, we're not just saying pass legislation, we're saying we've got money to work with, right? And that always sends a message versus just got our hand out. We're like, look, we've got money to match the money you already took from our citizens. Let's, that's the conversation I wanna have, as opposed to, I don't want it to be just sort of a rhetorical, some type of, political statement. We really do want to get something done on behalf of our citizens. We have matching funds, which a lot of counties don't have the position that we have. So let's go leverage that. And I know you already do it. I know you've already been to Washington, so I'm not trying to belabor that point. So,
Exactly, I'm with you.
okay,
Yeah.
all right, we're good.
Now, just to let y'all know, last year, CPF #1, LMIG Countywide Researching Program, it looks like we reduced those numbers. Technically, we didn't. Randy asked for 3 million. We recommended 1.7 something. I can't see that number.
Sorry, one.
Plus the 981.
Plus the 981,
Yeah.
but last year that number was 0. It was not 3 million or 1.781. It was 0. So it's an increase.
Yeah.
Okay.
Next slide. Motor pool asks for one more Ford Escape. In addition to the motor pool we have, there are times when there's not enough vehicles over there for people to use. Fleet management, a lot of these you see in red, these items are funded 1/3 through the general fund, 1/3 through the fire and EMS, 1/3 through the landfill. That's the different buckets. A lot of them are small items. The bigger one is a heavy duty 6-inch post lift. That's a new one. We can transfer that to the Blooper building. It can be moved. The one we have now is broken, and then one on-call service truck at $31,000. The Ford diagnostic software program we've already purchased. We purchased that a couple months ago.
Okay. The Ford diagnostic, and what else do we need so we can do more work on our own
And then
vehicles?
there's 2 positions that are requested.
Uh-huh.
2 additional mechanic 3s. We have 1 right now. Those funds, that salary can be split up between 3 departments, 3 different funds. But we
So they're asking for
need
2,
to-
but you're only funding 1?
No, sir, we're funding 2.
Okay, 2.
And that's our share.
That's our share.
Oh, okay,
Each
okay.
fund,
We'll
you'll see
get
that
these buckets
same,
again, you know?
you'll see
Okay.
that same position. Right, last year, or this year, we have spent so much money having to take these things, send them out for
Absolutely.
repairs.
I'm with
This
you.
will more than pay for itself.
Yes.
The first
So
guy
this
we've
is for
had
special
already
equipment
saved their
like fire
money.
trucks.
Yeah, fire trucks, big equipment,
Ambulances.
backhoes, ambulances, buses.
Yeah, we went way over
Pumpers.
budget as far as getting these existing vehicles fixed this time. So this is gonna be a big plus for us. I applaud your effort, Mark, on getting this done.
And Gary's been a big help with it too.
Good. Okay.
Health and welfare. This includes Board of Health, Boys and Girls Club, Community Services Board, Family and Children Services, and Senior Citizen Services.
And let me start off by saying everything that's been recommended for Board of Health, Boys and Girls Club, Community Service Board, and Family and Children Services is the same, at the same level as it is in 2015.
Yeah, they all asked for more money.
They asked for
didn't
more
Okay.
money, but we put it at the same level as this year, 2015.
they? Okay. At some point in time, we need to try to get this back up, but right now is not the time. Okay.
To that point, I will belabor it, which is like the Board of Health Again, back to the mental health, making sure that the public is properly educated. But again, I'll yield for right now. Once we get the steering committee in place, maybe they'll come back later with a recommendation on what that could be. So I just want to make a footnote.
Okay, Commissioner, and then we did increase this $50,000 last year, and they asked for another $50,000 this year. Okay.
All right.
Parks and Recreation and Culture, Cultural Arts Council, Douglas County Libraries, Parks and Rec, Aquatic Center, and Senior Center. We'll go through these in detail. Cultural Arts Center, I think we did, we recommended what they requested at 53.8, and I think that was an increase of about 13,000. Is that correct, Jennifer? Is it 13? I think we might see it on the next page.
Does that come out of hotel tax? Why
We
couldn't
checked with legal, it
It's
doesn't come out of hotel motel, but my point to them was, we're funding what you asked for, it doesn't really matter where it comes from.
They asked for hotel motel tax, saying they got hotel motel tax from the city. We're not so sure that they actually get hotel motel tax from the city.
But the Cultural Arts Center to me is tourism, and why not? I mean, who do we
Tourism,
give
I
our
know.
hotel motel tax to?
Yes.
Most of it goes to someone like, what, the chamber or something like that?
Well, it's
So-
2 or 3 different places. I don't know. I don't know that they really are in business to attract tourism, the Cultural Arts Council, but we are giving them some additional money. But we're gonna put a stipulation in there that I've asked Mark about. I don't know if y'all noticed the sign out front of the Cultural Arts building. It looks like it's about to cave in.
Yeah.
And I suggested that if we give them more money, let's ask them to get one of those new signs to go up that will advertise all of the things that they're having there. For some reason, that wooden sign don't attract you to look at. You know what I'm saying, Henry?
Yeah.
And I think if we'd have, what do you call those signs with
LED.
the LED sign? I think it's a good LED sign right there at that stop sign. Everybody has to stop there.
At the city.
I think that's good. Yeah, that's right. But I think it would be great. I would like to see them. I thought that was an increase of a little more than $13,000. Is that?
I think they had $35,000 this
They wanted
year,
36.
Yeah, so it is more
They
than
56. They
13,000.
wanted 56.
18,000.
18.
18,000. I'd like to see them spend some of it on, I mean, we don't really have that much input for what programs they have, but I would like to
Do you want that
suggest,
stipulation in the contract?
yes, we could stipulate that. Does anybody disagree with that?
Well, I think you're giving it to them and you're taking it back, so.
Making them do.
Yeah, but I think it's
I
gonna
think a
increase their
request.
participation big time.
I think that's a good request, but I don't know if they wanna just kinda make that a condition that if they get the money, they gotta do that.
Maybe not a stipulation, but a suggestion.
Yeah.
Okay,
An outright request.
Right.
a request, yeah.
Request, yeah.
I mean, $18,000 more dollars is not chicken feed, is it?
Right, then they gotta go through the city and kinda get all those approvals of the signs and,
Yeah.
you know.
I would just say one thing on the, a notification sign like that, be cognizant of your neighbors, you have residences around there, and some of those things are so darn bright, it's ridiculous. They need to be toned down, still be visible.
And it needs to kind of go with the building. I think
Yeah.
a wood sign
Your
needs
front-
better than a LED.
Yeah, but that would, have you seen that sign? It's sitting just
Well,
like that,
they
it's
need a
gonna
new
fall,
sign.
they're gonna put
They need a
letters
new
on it
sign.
one day, and it's gonna cave in on it.
Yeah, I know.
Just how you mount it.
Yeah.
But let me go back to, and I think to this point, again, I always try to keep us on, policy versus, again, rubber stamping transactions, which is, but the Cultural Arts Center is part of tourism, right? It's part of the whole hotel motel that we went to the delegation.
Well, how is it part of tourism? What do they do that attracts tourists?
It's a museum type thing. To make
Well,
They have a
the
show.
museum is getting hotel motel
Well, I
tax, it's
know,
not the
but
museum, they already
have
get hotel.
shows, art shows and everything, and that attracts.
Well, can you send them up in?
Come
I
in.
think you can get it. I think the city does.
Well, it doesn't matter, we're giving them what they asked for, it doesn't matter if it comes from, sales tax or budget, so, I mean, we can differ as far as that, I don't think they do anything, I don't think tourism's a part of their job, this is all local stuff.
But I think part of the attraction, part of that bedroom community is then, why do I come to Douglas County? Why do I need to come here then, other than I can come and be transactional at any mall, at any given time, I can go to any restaurant. Part of our fabric, part of our culture is Just that. When
Art.
you guys afforded us a chance to go look at the museum, it was like, oh, I get it. I get it's the heart of who we are, and we're talking about something that's very nominal that makes us unique, makes us special. The Hydrogen Festival, all those things is part of our culture. It's our legacy, it's our heritage as a county, because everything else is a commodity. That is purely who we are versus anything else. Nothing else matters other than that little small thing, those group of people who sit there and promote that it's our culture. That is something that it at a minimum, out of $100 million budget, right? We're talking about something that it's very minimum. It sort of establishes it's the beginning. Yes, no, it's not major. It's not like Atlanta Convention Center. It's not like all the things that they have civil rights. It's not none of that. Can't compare. But it's ours. And I'm saying if you're saying that that's not worth a consideration, that's all I'm saying. Then we probably need to revisit what our culture is.
No, I'm saying we're giving them what they
What's
asked for.
tourism? I
It's
think
just
is
whether we
Yeah.
call it,
Bucket where you pulling it from.
it's what bucket
We
it
gave
comes
them
out
what they
of.
asked for.
Right,
That's a big bucket that
Right.
is specific.
Right.
Well, there's an easy way.
Hotel motel tax, and I, you know, I.
Well,
think-
y'all both have mentioned the museum, and the museum is getting hotel
Yeah.
motel
We
tax.
understand. We're saying tourism is appropriate. I think
Yeah.
we're fine. I mean,
Yeah,
this is
we're
worth the
good.
conversation.
They're getting what they asked for.
You can go to their sign-in logs, you can find out how many tourists come to Cultural Arts Center. Everybody, any event, you know,
That's exactly
you
right.
sign in.
Right.
You'd be surprised how few it is outside the county.
I'm saying we provide that service to the local people. We're not, and that's just a difference of opinion we have, so, but we're never gonna get through this if we don't move on. And
Well-
because we're budgeting what they asked for.
We're good.
I just wanna introduce pickleball to.
Pickleball, yeah, we ought to be
Yeah.
providing pickleball.
Well, it's,
Old people
it's
can
for
play pickleball.
Old people, yes. I'm just gonna give you some contact information. Tracy Thomas over in Cobb County. It is the fastest growing, recreation there is.
I've already talked to
It's for
Park and Rec about
kids.
pickleball
It's for kids and it's
and
for.
old people, yeah.
You know how to play pickleball?
I don't know what it is. It's like badminton.
Can we move on?
It's a smaller court, it's like badminton,
I'm all
you have a
for it.
wiffle ball.
Get people to play together, I'm all for
Keep
it.
moving.
Yeah.
We're good.
Keep going.
Okay, the libraries, the larger item on top, we did not recommend,
Okay.
just because of funding. As far as need, none of these, you know, if we didn't recommend it, it's not because it wasn't needed, it's because of funding. So, reading area, the conference room, and then meeting room supplies, some of those are smaller ticket items. The aquatic center, a lot of these have to be done. The LED lighting, we've been working on this for years. Last couple of years, we're trying to step it up a little bit. The initial cost on the LED lighting, it costs more up front, but they last longer and it costs
Yes.
less
Pennies.
pennies to Georgia Power.
Pennies to the dollar.
Is there any truth in all that stuff?
Yes.
Yes, sir. It
Yes.
works.
Yes,
Okay.
it really
Yes,
is.
sir.
The pool
I
pack,
know the light bulbs are a lot more expensive.
Let me ask you this, when's the last time you saw a traffic light burn out? They don't burn out.
nope, they
Because
don't.
they're LED.
Yeah,
And if they do, it's just one little
I just
element.
wondered if it was true.
They don't burn out.
All
I
right,
don't get a lot.
keep going, Mark.
The pool pack, the water treatment rebuild, and the circulation pumps, we have to do those for the pool stuff. That needs replacing this year.
That's an
All right.
expensive place.
That really
Parks
is.
and
That
Rec,
make money.
Parks and Rec, we cut these a pretty good bit. A lot of these are gonna be included in your recommended splosh for 2016.
Okay.
Now, we really did cut Parks and Rec
Gary
big
knew it.
time. And Gary knew it, and it's gonna be up to us to, convince the public that we need these in a splash, okay?
The top couple, sorry.
Parks and Rec,
Go ahead.
all this stuff.
Yeah, flip the other way.
ATV for Boundary Waters, new John Deere Gator. We're probably gonna need some of these for these, as well as these passive parks, if those go into place. 2 new vehicles for security division.
What was that
We're
about
using-
Hanson Park? I'm sorry.
If some of these new passive parks go into place, I mean, we can use some of the older ones.
Older
The
way.
existing John Deere Gator and the ATV,
Oh, okay,
they're
Like Dog
probably,
River.
Okay, I got you.
yeah, they're older.
Okay, okay.
Of course, they're not. The 24 passenger van is for the recreation department, mainly during the summer. We can use that the rest of the time. That was for the special needs kids when they go on all those trips during the summer.
Just, that's right.
2 new vehicles for the security division. They're using really old sheriff's cars.
But we always transfer those up anyway, though. Like
They
that,
use
so-
those, still using
Yes, they're
those.
using the chairman's old one.
But I mean, they're operable. I mean, they're
They need 2 new ones.
okay. Okay.
They're about worn out.
two new ones or hand-me-downs, as I would call them?
We can go either way. I would say
What are you
two
looking,
new
what
ones.
kind of vehicles are you looking at buying, Mark? Trucks or was it cars or?
Does it say
Were
right
they
in there, those are Ford Escapes?
Escapes?
Looks like a
Escape?
Ford Escapes, cause that last one was 21,000.
Yeah.
What do we do with the old cars from the sheriff's department that we replaced?
I thought
Some of
sell
them we
them
use, but
off.
some of them, they're so worn out when we get them that.
And then would they get some of those types of cars as a hand-me-down from wherever they
Yeah,
come?
Randy Daniels driving one of them.
The appraisal department sometimes
Appraisal
gets
department's
some.
got
Yeah,
one.
so if I'm hearing this correctly, we wanna buy new ones, two
Yes, sir.
new vehicles
Those are
for
two
them,
new ones.
and start them off fresh, without, as opposed to giving them hand-me-downs.
Yes, sir.
Well, they'll still have some hand-me-downs on the road.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
If
sir,
they get the two
will.
new ones, they'll have a few, but they'll have two new ones
Yeah.
on top of.
Plus.
Yes, and hand-me-down.
The maintenance of obviously our current asset base, right? And I'm gonna stick with that. And again, it's a lot of equipment, a lot of technical. I've used the Boundary Water new football field, new, and I know it's new. And do we have adequate equipment to maintain something like that, keep it up to where it really needs to be the standard? What are your thoughts regarding that? And just in general, how do we maintain it? Who's maintaining it?
The vehicles?
No,
That just goes in with the maintenance of the park, which, yeah, we have the people to do it and the equipment.
Yeah, the equipment. So I remember there was a question about equipment. That's what I'm asking, just very specifically. It's a new field. Are we, Mark?
Sir, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Do we sufficiently have it, the chairman confirmed that we have the personnel to do it or the capacity to be able to apply, to appoint somebody to go do this assignment. But as far as maintaining the new field at Boundary Waters, it's a new asset.
Yes, we have it.
We good?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes, sir, we're good.
okay. Fence, everything's okay, no problems, field, the goal
No problem.
post?
And I went out there, it was at nighttime, but I shined my lights on it. I specifically measured the goalpost myself.
Uh-huh.
And it meets, I know it looks tight,
looks
but it
real tight.
meets the requirements of a football field.
Okay,
It's close to the back post, and I talked to the chairman about it. It's close to that back post, but the back post goes up like a regular field
It
goal.
might be the right
It
yard,
looks close.
but I wouldn't want to run a down and in on a touchdown pass because you'll run right into that fence.
and again, not belaboring it, but can we just have maybe, I don't know, maybe at the school system, a university system, somebody come just look at it and measure it for. I mean, just have us confident. I don't want to, one, get disqualified if we have any type of regional competitions, anything there at that field, intramural, flag football, whatever. And the very thing that we had a problem with at Mount Carmel because it wasn't what? Regulation.
Oh, this one is regulation. I
Well,
measured it myself.
everything's regulation. I just think we need to move those fences back in the end zone. So
I got you. We're fine.
everything else is
We think
great.
we're cool.
Let's do it.
Yes,
All right.
okay. All right, moving on.
Move the fence. Mine said move the fence.
Okay, the next couple, the Musco lights for Fair Play, or you're gonna see later on, is totally redoing Fair Play's field. So we don't need to put lights up. We don't need to put lights up and then have to take them right back down. Same thing with the playground replacement sets for Bill Art, we do need to put one in for Deer Lake. But for Bill Art, no, we need to take that out. So
Now,
playground
Winston
replacement
Park-
set for Deer Lake
Deer
would
Lake,
need to be
right.
half of that, which would be 71.
Winston Park, the old park,
Mhm.
it needed new scoreboards. Did we replace, have we replaced them? Because Coca-Cola's no longer doing that. This was something that, Gary.
This is Winston.
No, he replaced some of them last year. He got he got all of them working this year.
Okay.
So 4 park entrance signs, we can add those back in, and again, mainly those were taken out due to money, but we can add those back in. Gym floor renovations and additions, we've got some stuff in there on the 2016 SPLOST for those.
Keep going.
The shade tops, yes, those are nice, but really we don't want to put those, if we're going to redo some of these parks, why go ahead and install those
Right.
now?
Right.
We need to do it later.
Mhm.
Yep.
You got the gymnasium divider system, again, that could be a SPLOST item. Some of these we took out, could go either way, so there's some we can add back in, If you think we need them now, or if, we can wait, then we can fit them in that. We've done a better job with security at the park. Some of the crimes have decreased. We're looking at putting some more surveillance cameras up. We put some down at Boundary Waters. That stopped a lot of that. People breaking into cars down there. And then the replacement teeth for that cat mulcher, we need that to put some trails in at Dog River because we can do those in-house without, it'll save us a lot of money. This will be cheaper than hiring somebody to do that. Mm-hmm. And then there's some more shade structures for the Family Fun Center.
The Family Fun Center will remain when the animal shelter comes online. Is that an accurate statement?
Yes, yes it will.
What was the question? I'm sorry, I
The
missed.
Family Fun Center stays at Deer Lake after the construction of the animal control shelter.
Comes online.
The Family Fun Center is what we're gonna build on, isn't it? Maybe I don't understand this question.
That's my point. Thank you, sir. I mean, that's what I'm asking for clarity.
Well, the Family Fun Center is gonna be gone because that's where we're building the animal shelter.
Oh, right. 'Cause that's where the,
Is that not?
That was a dog walk out there.
I'm asking for clarity.
We'll check and see. We'll check to make sure.
No, I think it's gonna be
Talking
sitting
about
like where the batting cages are, and then
That's
you've got the
Yeah,
golf thing and all that. It's gone. It's gone, folks.
Now, the disc golf is gonna stay there, isn't it?
I think Gary's talking about something else.
Disc golf is down on the other part of the park, isn't it?
Let's move
Up
it
that
up there.
far.
Let's get clarity on that.
This is important because you're talking about the
And
physical
the
structure
skateboard.
with programming in it.
Is
that-
what
It stays.
It stays.
All right, please clarify.
Yeah, we'll find out.
Thank you.
I think he's talking about something else. I'm not positive. I don't know. Okay.
You're talking about.
Parks and Rec continued. So replacement lights and wiring at Bill Arp, that's the same issue. We didn't put it in here because we were planning on putting it in the SPOS. Actually, in the proposal, you'll see later if we have time, a total of about 3.5 million for Bill Arp and Fair Play is included in that, just in case we didn't get to it. That's why we took some of these out. Plus, there wasn't funds to do them this year.
but you're moving them to a splash though, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Disc golf at Clinton Nature Reserve, that's included here, 12,000. Infield mix, that's normal, everyday activity, or every spring. 8 concrete holding bins, same thing, we didn't want to install those, didn't have to redo them because there's some grade issues at some of those parks. 3 new scoreboards at Fair Play. They need those now, but they can be relocated. All you do is take them off, put them back on the post, no big deal. And the grade changes aren't that bad at Fair Play, just on that upper field. Lawn maintenance and equipment, 7,000, which will go towards your Boundary Waters question, Commissioner.
Yep.
Sprinkler system for the softball fields at Deer Lake, and then yes, we do need a restroom, concession stand at
Boundary Waters.
Deer Lake football, Bill
Deer
Arp,
Lake.
Boundary Waters, all those places. All that's included in the SPOS.
Now,
It's
the mobile
included in
restroom,
SPOS PowerPoint.
Now, yeah,
the mobile restroom is included as
Yes.
in this
yeah, but
budget.
that's still too far for we committed in a prior meeting that we would have that for Boundary Waters because they are playing that football. They got to water all the way back up there. That's just a little far. So it is in there, right?
Yes, 39,000.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Not much
That's
in
the
my
mobile one.
district.
That's the mobile one, which we can use for other places.
There's
Is
not
that what
much
they have
in my
at
district
Alexander
at all.
High School? Is that a mobile?
It's on the spot.
Yours.
It's in the spot.
Mike. Is that a mobile unit at Alexander High School football field? It's down on the visitor side. Is that a mobile?
I always thought it was.
I think it is too. I mean, it's nice.
It just seems like too much of it's going to one side of the county. I have to say that because what do I have as far as my district? I've got disc golf. And look at what Deer Lake and Boundary Waters. Well, Boundary Waters.
We don't
is
have
not-
it. Yeah.
Most of it's going to Deer Lake.
Well, I'll tell you, if you take a look at what we're gonna present as a splosh though, and
What
we're
if it
gonna,
don't pass?
well, I know.
She makes a good point though, but
I
the thing
think
about,
it needs to be divided up.
but to
Well,
that
you need
point.
to put it where you need it. That's not what district it goes in, it's what part needs it, is what you
Well,
need.
when I wonder-
Restrooms aren't needed.
No, absolutely they are.
But here's what we're forgetting, at least with Boundary Waters. This is a 2002 SPLOST, right? That things were promised, right? It's 2 SPLOSTs ago that we're just now delivering, right? So that's important that this is all commensurate. This is not like new in addition. This is like, okay, we're talking about a new SPLOST and you're just now delivering against that one? This-
No, but I mean, I've got road projects that hadn't been funded yet. That was in the
Park.
2002 spot,
I
so
understand. We both
same
do.
difference.
Right.
And just feel.
I think our emphasis should be on
Her
what we're
district.
gonna do, like you
I
splosh.
feel neglected,
Not
and
talk
I've
about what
stated
wasn't
this
done.
before.
Okay, that's what that is.
I feel
That's
that
fine.
District 4 is neglected, it's half the county.
Well,
Look at the
I didn't redo the
territory.
map. I didn't do that map.
Do
Right.
So, I mean, I hear you, but we got equal amount of population, even though you got the greater land mass, you got about the equal amount of population, equal amount of taxpayers, right?
Mhm.
All right, that's the
Well,
spread.
shouldn't I get equal amount of the money? That's all I'm saying,
I mean,
my fair
Mr.
share.
Chairman, you wanna go to a
No, I
different
don't think it ever works like that. I think
it's the need.
I think every year it changes. I think
It moves.
the equation changes all around. And there's been years.
It does,
I
and
felt
you
really
can't,
big.
yeah,
I
it's not
felt
like
really short.
it's not like road mileage or paving, it's the needs that you have throughout our community.
Prioritized.
Yeah, exactly, and some of the parts are newer, they're not gonna need what the old parts need.
Right.
But we wanna refurbish Bill Arp and Fairplay, and we need to convince the public that we need to do that. And that is in your district.
Yeah, I hope they vote for it.
I do too.
But I don't know that they
Did we get the
will.
lights?
You never know.
Things going
What if
on.
they don't?
But I mean, this is not something I'm bringing forward, this is what people are telling me they want us to do.
They're supposed to check them.
I just want something in my district, so I wanna make sure that we get, no, I'm just joking.
You don't have anything in your district either, aren't you, man?
Well, no, because I understand that there's a needs assessment that we gotta look at versus the mere fact of how the district kinda makes out. I mean, I get the gist of it. I mean, I would rather have a lot more in my district, but understanding the needs assessments, how we're pulling it off, I think it works a
And
little
I've
bit.
got part of, Villarica, a large part of it is in my district. And a lot of them play at Winston
I
and
understand.
Post Road.
I
There's
understand your
not-
concerns.
Well, everybody's in my district, and I'm looking out for the county as a whole, and we
Well,
wanna
see,
put our
you've got a
money
win-win
where.
situation with
I got a win-win, I got to answer to everybody, is that a win-win?
Except
No,
that
it's not.
You might.
We're gonna put our
so-
money where our needs are, folks, and that's what we need to do.
Hey, they asked for about 4 or 5 new positions, we didn't recommend any of those.
Okay.
We can do one or two things, we can finish up, there's a couple of these slides that are pretty quick, we
Okay.
can go ahead and eat, we can lunch up here, we can do.
Talk.
Let's see how much we can get done between now and 12 o'clock.
There's
and
one
then
more
we'll eat. Is
slide
that all
on-
right?
Keep pushing.
Yeah, you go.
Almost done with general.
Okay.
So planning and community development, now this doesn't include development services, planning and zoning, right? No, it does not. So cooperative extension, economic development, GIS, ride share, share house, co-op, economic development, they requested the same amount and we recommended the same amount.
Is there a good rationale to reduce share house?
We gave them the exact amount that that they got in 2015. They
Okay.
just happened to ask for
They asked for
10,000.
1,000.
Okay, that answers it.
And is this where we add the shelter that I was talking about earlier, the men and women's shelter? You said we add it on at the end, we talk about it.
Are we talking about Jerry O'Neill? I think we have to, and I think we have to wait till we get to the end to
Get to
see.
the whole.
Yes,
Okay,
if
I
we-
thought
if we
this
can
was
do
where
that.
we did that,
Yeah.
okay.
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 Ride share is here, program. It's here versus somewhere else. Like Department of Transportation.
Yeah, it falls under planning and community development when we do our reporting to the Department of Audits.
Okay. I just noticed that it was not, with the other departments.
Right.
That's all. It was.
That's
But-
a good transportation.
But,
Yeah.
right. But that is the transportation program that we're using,
Yes.
etc. Okay.
All right.
And we're keeping it flat? Is that what I saw? No?
No, they're actually, if you go
A
back to
slight
the previous
8,000 or
one.
whatever that was?
That's not gonna work.
Okay, I'll get it then. Plans.
Did I read it right, Mike?
They,
Here's a five.
they had some grants, no, what they asked for is pretty much, they almost got everything, or they got almost everything that they asked for. Because what they requested was 3.1, and we recommended 3.1 because a lot of what they requested was an 80-20 expenditures, where it was 80 federal, 20.
It's all grant funded.
It's all
pretty
grant
much,
funded.
except for 20%.
Okay. You fine? We'll come back later.
Cooperative extension, we split that cost between them and the state. That's just some minor computer equipment. GIS and additional server, update property information website. Those need to be done. And they're working on some changes with ArcLear. A lot of changes coming up, cheap price that we're gonna do this year, not next year.
Quick question on the cooperative extension service.
Mhm.
Who funds that?
It's partly funded by us, partly funded by the state.
What about the school system where most of their programs are?
I don't believe they get any funding from the school, because I think we've talked about that before. And
Yeah, I
said,
don't think they do either.
why doesn't the school participate?
Well, that's my question, why don't they participate? Because a lot of these programs are in the schools.
And they benefit royally. I mean,
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll send Susan Culpepper an email just to confirm that the schools do not.
Well,
provide.
I want to know why the school system doesn't contribute, so let's go forward.
And to answer Commissioner Robinson's question, what we adopted for 2015 for rideshare was 1.2 million. So they have a lot more grant funding this year than we did last year.
And we don't have to do it now, maybe we do it over lunch about the transportation services preliminary findings conversation and how that may have weighed into this, or had it not?
Yes, and it's included in it's included in about half of these.
The first one says transportation services study projects
Yep,
of 1.7
yep,
million is being recommended.
okay.
All right, let's keep moving.
It also asks for some expansion, that's included, 2016 recommended budget, special revenue funds, debt service, capital project funds, enterprise, and internal service funds. This is the revenue side, Jennifer.
Yeah, what this is just a list of all the, now that we're done with the general fund, now we're down to the category of special revenue funds. Most of these funds, not all of them, but most of them are self-sufficient, meaning they provide their own revenue sources and they fund and they're, but this is the second year, where 2016 will be the second year of the new buckets of animal control services, fire protection and services in EMS, and the UNEAC area special district, as well as, those three. So, this will be the second year going into having those funds separated from the general fund.
Are we getting these funds on a timely manner
Yes.
from the
Yes,
cities?
yes, we are.
Good.
We got the insurance premium tax from Villa Rica. It was $322,000 of our portion of 40.05%. And we sent them an invoice, and I would say within a week, we received the
That's
check.
good.
So no problems in collecting the funds.
Do you foresee any adjustments that's gonna be needed based on the mere fact of these new buckets, the structure? Do you see like?
No, actually, the UNEAC fund is doing well. I think like 2015 as well as going into 2016, we're seeing that the revenues are exceeding the expenditures right now.
They're in really good shape, but you have to be careful because half of fire and EMS comes out of the general fund, so whatever you do there affects the general fund, so it works both ways. But as far as the UNEAC fund, it's in pretty good shape.
Good.
And our insurance premium tax was over $5 million.
Good.
We budgeted
Wow.
4.6.
That's like $400,000 more.
Yes, and we actually got over 5 million, so
Good.
Wow.
So it's working out.
it's working out.
You did a good
Everything's
job.
going
Yeah,
good,
good.
yeah.
Okay.
Hard road to get there, but.
That's right.
No, I
This is just a comparison of our revenue sources that go into the UNEAC fund. You have your various taxes, your beer and wine, your franchise tax, your insurance premium tax, your energy excise tax and your financial institution tax. Then, of course, you have your license and permits revenue in there, as well as your zoning and plan review. So your total revenues for 2016 are a little over $9 million.
And I see licenses have increased, at least the permits are up 26, which I mean, kind of, that's a good number to see. That means, I think the economy is starting to turn around, I think, just based on that, so, okay.
Yeah, the biggest variance, again, as you're gonna see, is the $700,000 more in insurance premium tax that we're anticipating getting in 2016 compared to what we budgeted for in 2015.
Good, good. That's good. Good stuff.
And then these are the departments. that this
Okay.
is gonna be-
And we'll go through these in detail. We had to cut these about 1.58 million. That is correct, even with those last four, right, transfers out.
Mhm.
Yeah, so it's still total.
Yeah, let me explain that
It's
last
a little
section.
different.
In the uninked fund, you know, you have your departments like all your development control, development services departments, but then that last portion that says general appropriations, in the uninked fund, we have a general appropriations department. And what that is to track how much money comes out of the uninked fund to fund the fire services and to fund animal control. So if you just look at, let's just take for fire services, for 2016, around $5.8 million, when you take the $4.8 million and the $927,000, that's how much is coming out of the uninked fund to fund for fire services. EMS is being funded by EMS revenue
Right.
and the general fund. So this is just the fire portion, and then animal control, you can see where it's about a little over $1 million, almost $1.1 million to fund animal control, and that's all coming out of the uninked fund.
Is the EMS revenues, are they better?
Yes, it's better. Yeah, we're projecting about 1.9 this year, and we had estimated about 1.5, just because
That's
of.
only half a year with that new building.
Yes, so,
That's great.
yeah, so
I'm not
their
getting
money's
any
coming
complaints,
in.
are y'all?
The money's coming in faster too, is what we're seeing. Alpha and Omega did a great job, but this bigger company they were, up until they had their personal situation.
Yeah, it was fine.
They did a great job. They took us from where we were, they doubled our collections, and then now it's time for us to move on to a bigger company who has bigger resources. And we're finding out that money's coming in a lot faster.
Good.
Because they have the resources and all this technology and electronic
That's
payments.
good.
So we're expecting about 1.9, if not $2 million in EMS revenue, which really helps us because that lowers how much has to come out of the general fund to fund EMS.
Okay.
Good.
Okay, as far as the individual BIRs, building inspections, they requested 3 new replacement vehicles for the building department. We recommended 1. They requested 1 new HVAC inspector. Right now we have electrical, plumbing, building. We don't have an HVAC inspector. He left and went to he was the other inspector for Scott Bishop at the fire marshal's office. So they need a HVAC inspector, and permits they're on the rise.
Right,
They're
right.
picking up.
Is one vehicle gonna be enough, Mark?
We have another one coming down here. Actually, there was enough money, saved from salaries earlier on in the year. They have 2 in the works right now.
Okay.
So really, there's 2 then, basically,
Uh-huh.
versus the one you spoke of earlier. You're just going from building inspection to development control.
No, actually, building inspections asked for 3. There's enough money to purchase 2 this year,
So you are doing 2 then?
so
But I thought you said 1.
we're recommending 1 for next year.
Okay.
Because we had funds left over this year.
Oh, you're gonna purchase one in
This
this?
is 2015.
I got you. Okay. So they are getting 2 then? 'Cause I don't see that, but okay, I got you. Okay.
Then
Yes.
replace 1998 4-wheel drive for development control.
Got it.
And then code enforcement asked for new positions, and they don't need those.
They have 3.
I disagree a little bit.
They have 3.
They have 3 code enforcement officers. Yes,
I
sir.
think that's probably enough code enforcement officers. I think they need administrative help in terms of customer service,
Mhm.
because they get many phone calls, and they go in the voicemail, and they may or may not get responded to the same day because the officers are out on the road. I feel like strongly that they need a administrative function embedded in that department. And if they got a hot one, that person can say, okay, you're out on Burnt Hickory Road right now, how about going right over here, it's nearby, and, you know.
Is there somebody in that office down there that could do that?
I think they can
more than
do
one?
what
I
you're
don't think the
saying
secretary
in-house.
sitting there is gonna have enough to do,
I
Mike.
think they can do it in-house.
But, I think if you have somebody you can share with down there,
Yeah, well,
would be good.
I'm fine, but it needs to be done, it needs to be done on.
Consistently.
Consistently.
I agree.
And not 4 hours here and
Right.
I'm not in tomorrow and, you know, that kind of thing.
But I'm like this, I'm like, Chairman, I think we can probably find that
dual
shared
purpose person.
responsibility with some.
Or the assistant, could help them with their paperwork.
Well, yeah,
And
yeah.
going to court, filing the papers, so that the code enforcement.
Well, that might be enough
doesn't do
work
that.
for a full-time position. I don't see it, but maybe there is.
I don't know either.
I think the starting point would be to share it and then see how it.
Well, let me say this, I would be satisfied with the shared position. I personally don't think that it's adequate, and I'd just like Mark to look in and
Yes.
come back and
I'll look into
talk to Tracy and
Yeah.
talk to Russell, talk to both of those
Yes,
people.
sir.
That's fair.
And see if it's worth a full-time position.
Right.
But I'll go with either one, but we need to do something.
Okay.
The phones aren't being answered.
This is.
No, I was saying, you was saying that to me, or?
Oh, no.
I'll forget. Oh, okay, fire and EMS.
All right, again, this is the revenue side of the fire and EMS fund. You can see that we get the fixed $1.6 million from the city of Douglasville. And then we get a 40.05% of insurance premium tax, which, for this year, we did 322. We got 322,000. We budgeted the same. We expect probably there to be some growth, but just to kind of keep things simple right now, it's such a small amount. We just thought we'd keep the 322 even.
So 1.6 is Douglasville's.
Portion, we bill them every month. They pay
That's what-
1/12 of that.
Is that what we know of, or that's what they're telling us what they're?
That's in the contract, 1.6
Oh, that's right,
$7.
that's right, that's right. That's right. I forgot about that, yeah.
And you can see in ambulance fees, we're estimating a little over $2 million in ambulance fees. And then again, here's the breakout of how this fund, other than the revenues I just mentioned, the three above, the general fund is funding the $5.6 million is coming for the EMS portion of this budget. And then the unique portion is funding the fire service portion.
Okay. I have one suggestion that we don't have in the budget, but I want the board to consider. And this would be an establishment of a 7th ambulance. This would allow us to station an ambulance at station number 6, which is Riverside Parkway. And I'm doing this because we're not ready to build the Douglas Hill station yet and man it and put equipment in there. We can establish this 7th ambulance at Riverside for about $668,000, so it's a big investment. But Mark, if you just talk about the cost, what it would cost, and I think this is in lieu of that fire station at Douglas Hill right now, Kelly. The increase in calls because of tributary and the increase in the residential in that area has been about right under 30% additional calls this year. So I think we have a need for it.
Mr. Chairman, to that point, and Mark, you weigh in addition to that, which is you said ambulances, which you're recommending, fire trucks, and especially for those that are we relying on the mutual aid to deal with all the new businesses that are coming online, all those big boxes that are down there? How are we going to respond to that component, right? Which is the commercial side.
Well, we're not relying on mutual aid now for those calls. We're able to make, we can handle it ourselves.
Okay.
But we are building down there, we are gonna build down there.
Yeah, and you're gonna continue to see it grow. And we do wanna build the Douglas Hill, but, you know, if we're a year off or 2 years off, we need to do something now as far as ambulance coverage in that area.
Here's what I'm thinking strategically, could you expand that little fire station to put an ambulance, a fire truck there? I'm just trying to think, to your point, Mr. Chairman, what do we do in the meantime until that comes online when it's appropriate? I mean, I don't disagree, it's just how to respond to, I mean, it's a lot of money, a lot of business.
Well, I think our fire services are adequate. I think it's the ambulance services that maybe we need to, I mean, we're still got good response time.
Right.
But we've had a little additional revenue that we can buy some new ambulances.
Okay.
So I'm just asking the board to place one of those new ambulances at the at that station.
Station
Riverside
6 is
Station,
one
number 6.
Chief Spencer recommended.
Right.
Yeah,
And that
that's been
decreases-
recommended by the fire
And
department.
that's what
as
I
well.
asked too, though. So as long as Spencer is recommended, I think that's a great idea.
Yes, sir.
However, I think Kelly, to your point, I think we're making the investment, but it's not just a full fire department in that station in that area, but the ambulance part of this step in the right direction, I guess.
I understand.
Yeah.
I'm fine, I yield.
What it allows Chief Spencer, his zones on his maps, the ones downtown,
It narrows those- it narrows those
it lets
down,
him
yes.
condense those a little bit with this setup group.
So, Tom, are you recommending, say that again, is that one of the ambulances we just bought,
No,
or this
ma'am.
is for
This
next
is-
year?
Okay,
But you
you-
said $668,000,
That's the staffing, the
Yes.
equipment.
okay,
Yeah.
okay, well, when you
Equipment.
said a new ambulance at 668, I thought it cost like 200,000.
No, you're right, you're
Okay.
right. This
That's
was,
staff,
That is a
Mhm.
whole
To make it
group,
functional.
And this is the gear that they would have to have and
everything they
And it's
need.
something else, to consider this, I mean, this is a big addition, 668,000. I wanna see what kind of impact it's gonna have on some of these other things that we're having to say. But if the dollars exist to do this, I would like for us to consider.
Understood.
I agree.
Is that all right with everybody?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, the top item, Chief can't wait on SPOS for this. It was originally included in the SPOS for, you know, the SPOS, future SPOS for a couple of years as far as what we would put on there. He needs to replace his breathing apparatus.
Yes.
That's $600,000.
No question.
The third year for turnout gear, we've done it the past 2 years, 81,000. He requested 2 replacement ambulances. We came up with 1. We just purchased 2. We have one of the 2 requested plus the one at Station 6, so that would be 4 new ones in a year, pretty much. One replacement fire truck,
what kind of fire truck?
a pumper truck.
Now we've got a ladder that we're leasing, is that right?
No ma'am.
No?
We've
That's a
got
pump.
2, we actually have 3 ladders. 2 one's in the shop right now.
Yes.
We've got 2 ladders. We've got one at Douglasville and one at
Lithia
Station
Springs.
1 in Lithia Springs.
Okay.
And then engine 2 is also a ladder. It can be used as a ladder.
So this,
This
Fire
is just a
truck is
pumper
a
here.
pumper.
It's a pumper.
Yeah.
Yes ma'am.
okay, now, a pumper is what hooks up to the hydrant, to the truck, to the hose.
And it can pump on, I mean, it has storage capacity
Yeah.
as well.
Right, it can pump on its own right without
Okay.
a hookup, not for a very long time.
Same as the last 2 we bought this year.
Okay, if there's not a hydrant, because in my area, there's a lot of little subdivisions that have no hydrants. Can they stick it in a lake nearby to pump it out?
Right.
I don't know.
Theoretically,
Theoretically,
they
to have
can.
water on that truck is a lot of water.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it's a lot.
You got backup.
Theoretically, they can, that's why they call
Well,
it
see,
a pumper truck, but I know they don't want to.
at the end of my road.
You got to call those
they
people
have no
who's ever
fire.
leaked in this
Yeah,
There's
there's a
the
number of
hose.
places in the county that are ISO 9s.
But I just wondered, can you just throw it over at the lake?
If there's a question we need to ask, I don't know.
Or
Vice
is
Chair.
there some apparatus that we could use?
Well, the lake would have to be within so many feet of
Right,
the fire truck.
but it could be a little pond
Mhm.
type thing. I just wondered, I'd like to know that personally.
Okay.
for that little subdivision, so we make sure that.
No, and
They just
even
leave
on our street, the people at the end of, see, I'm the first house on the street, so I've got a fire hydrant on California Road, but on further down it, they have nothing. It would have to be a pump truck, but there is a pond down there, and I've been asked.
Well, you have to
this question.
realize these people built these houses knowing there wasn't any fire services out there though.
Well, I think they thought they were gonna get it, but when.
Well, they can, because they run an 8-inch water line down there.
Well, Pete said that it would cost each resident $23,000 to have,
Okay.
Have water and fire protection.
to have a bigger pipe. We've got a 2-inch.
So they're on well, I guess.
Probably depends on how many
We're not
houses and the
on
length of the
well.
road.
Yeah, we had
water.
Malcolm
But not
James called us not too long ago with that
water.
issue they had down there at his house, and you know, WSA certainly will run the water line, but you gotta pay for
You
them,
gotta pay.
because we shouldn't be paying for
Special
somebody else's
assessment
service.
tax, yeah.
Okay, let's get through this page and eat.
Okay.
Is that all
You got
right
a
with
mobile
everybody?
hotspot capability on the fire trucks that allows them to hook up to Wi-Fi with their tablets.
Yeah, all right.
The tough books, whatever you call
Mhm.
them. 10 replacement thermal imagers,
Mhm.
extraction tools, replacement furniture in fire stations, and
Well, some of them really need it,
some of them
don't
didn't
they?
need it. I sat on one, and the chairman did too. We just sink down in it, we just about can't get out. Yeah, so furniture, 4 tables, mostly furniture. Okay,
We've already gone
then
over
the
those.
bottom, the ones with the red to the right, that's their third of equipment that goes to field services.
Yeah, we saw those.
Yep, so we're already there. New positions. 2 additional mechanic 3s. Scott,
That's that same
that's his
thing.
third, yeah, you're right. He asked for 5 new ladder firefighters. That's an additional firefighter on the fire trucks, and there wasn't enough money available. 3 new airlight firefighters. Now, fire safety inspector, that one's out. The 2 mechanic 3s, I'm not sure why Chief asked for those. Those need to be in fleet. We've already got those covered.
Okay.
He asked for those separate from fleet. He wanted his own mechanics. He doesn't need those. Those need to be, they need to work for fleet.
Okay.
And then 3 division chiefs, which are an additional 3 to set the county up into 6 zones instead of 3. And that's just,
Which
we
is
can't do it
small.
right now.
Small county.
And we did the same thing in this fund as you'll see in the animal control fund. We put, you know how 190 has a contingency for emergency or whatever?
Oh, yeah.
We put $125,000 in the fire and EMS fund as well as an animal control fund, $125,000 each for contingencies, for, you know, if anything, again, pops up that we need to fund, we can go ahead and we have that money available in the budget.
And where is that?
It's in your
contingency.
operating.
It's
just
in the
your-
operating.
It's not listed as a budget improvement request, it's just encompassed in the operating.
Yeah, I saw that.
Okay, we ready to eat?
Okay,
Or you
yeah,
wanna go to
let's-
animal control?
Let's eat lunch first. Okay, is that all right? We on?
Y'all wanna eat at the table right there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What table?
Well, I was salivating.
Oh, you already ate all of it.
We moved a little back on that.
Yes,
That square.
get better.
Stay with us the whole time?
I don't know I'm gonna be able, I don't think I'm gonna be able to, because I got a noise that's coming from the chair, to hurry up, or I need to go.
You're not supposed to make us hurry up, you're supposed to say, well, I want to make sure the details are.
Well, somebody's gotta write something for the paper that's coming out tomorrow, and I am the person
Okay, so
that,
hurry up.
right now, I am the.
So you want us to talk fast?
Y'all even want to talk fast? Jennifer, is there one of these, is all of this detailed? I really need a detailed copy.
Yes.
I really do, to be accurate.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine, we can send it to you. Just shoot me an email to remind me.
I mean, I need it like today.
Yeah, just shoot me an email, and then that'll remind me to attach it.
Now, is it gonna be too, is it gonna be too big to,
No, it should be fine.
okay. Okay, cause I,
Because what we'll do is.
I'm not
we're
gonna be
There's not that many pictures on it, so it
And
makes
it's a
it look
PDF,
small.
and
yeah, cause I'm not gonna be able, you know, I've got to be able to look at stuff to make sure I am accurate. because I'm taking notes, but you know, you can't trust my notes 100%.
Yeah, shoot me an email, and that'll remind me.
Okay. I can't read my notes. I can't either. I mean, nobody else can read them.
Yes, sir. You want a half a sandwich and a half a fry?
No, actually, I want to, I got to get back to the office. I don't have time to study.
That one, wait, there tomorrow, they knock that out, put the conference.
Okay. Mark, are you gonna be in the office at all later on this afternoon or anything?
Area right there for attendees. Yeah, I said something to Tom about it. But we've always said it.
Well, I think Douglas County Library has that same sort of setup. It's not a table, but you can put the little tables together to form a
Yeah.
square.
Yeah. The Development Authority room is really a good place to do it.
Yeah.
That's where we really want to try to get, but
And I'm disappointed in them. We need to rake them over the coals back there.
they have leadership that was in there today.
Well, they could move.
Presidential, preemptive, like, we interrupted normal broadcasting.
That's
They
right.
could have used our conference room.
Sure could have.
They do have a microphone in there.
That's good. Thank you.
Dad, I appreciate it, thank you.
Okay, we ready?
Yeah.
Animal control.
Gun control.
Gun control.
Again, this is the revenue side of it. The city of Austell plays a very small percentage of the budget.
God
It
bless you.
amounts to $422 for 2016. We get a flat amount that's in the contract with the city of Douglasville for $250,000.
Yep.
And the city of Villarica pays a percentage as well, which is just under $60,000. We get a little bit of animal control fees, around $48,000, and so the rest of the funding of this budget comes from the UNEAT fund, which for 2016 it's recommended at $1,096,191. And again, this budget, like we said, as far as the contingency, also includes $125,000 for any kind of emergencies or any kind of expenditures that is not included in the recommended or final approved budget.
As far as the BIRs are concerned, they asked for one new animal control truck with transport. We need some money for surveys, geotechnical, other site studies. I think these are change orders to the existing contract with the architect. That's $12,000. The lease purchase for the animal control shelter, they asked for $600, but we have a $300,000 rollover from 2000 from this year that we haven't used, and so we decreased that to 100. So that total would be 400.
Okay.
Do you have? Oh, go ahead.
Chris Mitchell.
So with the 45, is that just, if in the truck and everything else, is that dispersed amongst in the buckets of each one of I know the city of Douglasville kind of do its thing at 250, I think it is, and Villarica. So is that type of a capital item, I guess? For
Yes,
a truck?
it comes out of the UNEAT fund, but their contributions are not affected by that
Okay,
purchase.
right. So they join in on this cost.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
The city of Douglasville,
I think they don't based on.
they do not.
They don't on the capital project.
Right, because we limit those guys, but everybody else joins in on these extra
Yes.
costs. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, my thoughts clear. Okay.
Other special revenue funds, BRR's district attorney asset forfeiture account. They need 3 new digital light projectors. Not sure why they put
The
cables
cables
on
down
there.
there.
It's only $84, but they should include that on there. And then, Primera Disc Publisher Pro 6 would be $3,200. E911 backup E911 operations site, that would cost $35,000 to get the old E911 building ready to go in case of an emergency. They're closed now. They have all the equipment, and it would take $35,000 to do that. And do we
This
need?
is data?
No,
backup data?
that is to get the old
Physical.
E91 building ready to go in case something happens.
The old one,
Okay.
The old one.
right.
When you
All
say
the
backup,
equipment is
you
still
mean
in there.
data.
I really don't understand
I don't
the
either.
expenditure. I mean, with the building we built down there, if a hurricane comes through, a tornado can blow one roof off, we've got another one underneath it.
Is this,
I don't understand why
I don't
we need
is
this.
this required by,
No.
so, I go back to saying, why?
I don't think.
Okay,
It's
so
just
cut
a
it.
safety plus, I guess, but I don't understand it.
Brand new.
I mean, it's a safety to safety, it's,
That's why we built it the
Michelle,
way we
take
built it.
Exactly.
I'd take it out.
yeah,
Take
yeah.
that,
Okay.
pay for something.
Let
That's
them,
out.
All right.
Now, they're on their own separate,
Yeah, they're their own separate fund.
they're on their
Yes.
own separate fund.
Right, we don't
Those
put,
5 Avaya switches I mentioned earlier that Russ had, we put those in E911's account.
good.
Well, unless there's something I'm missing here, or I don't know, understand why. Of course, 911 fees would pay for it, it's not out of the general fund. But let's tell him he's gotta sell me on it first, don't you?
well, I understand why you wanna have a backup plan, but I mean, a backup to a backup to a backup, that we built a true backup plan already, I don't see them.
I agree, but I wanted to leave it up to y'all.
But the operator
Okay.
two training pay, you could switch it down there, you could put the 12,000 back in there.
Yes, we could, if that's
And
what
take
y'all
that
wanna do.
out.
Maybe you can tell us why that, you know,
I'm gonna
Yeah,
see
there gotta
if
be
it's
something we don't-
attached
I don't think we need it.
yeah, I don't
I
understand.
know he's requested a couple of years ago a backup generator to his backup generator
Mhm.
that were sitting side by side. And not knocking Greg, he's trying to be more proactive, he really is.
That's good.
But if both generators, one of them's taken out, the other one's gonna be taken out because they're right
Right.
side by side.
Right, because if they go boom, they got
Yeah.
that.
Or sabotage it.
But
Yes.
he may want
All right,
to
unless he
training
can
pay back
convince you
in
to put
there.
it back in.
Okay, well, what if we
Well,
take
it's
it
out.
out and we give him the operator two training pay? What it is, his employees are wanting the same training pay that the sheriff's department gets, and they wanna know why they.
What does that mean?
It's like an override.
When they are training a new employee,
Uh-huh.
during those hours, they get a little bump in pay. It's like, how much is it per hour?
It's cents on the dollar.
It's
per
a
hour.
couple of cents.
does the training?
We do.
It's kind of like the sheriff's department, they have what they call
Somebody else.
FTO pay, field
Okay.
training officer.
Uh-huh.
So when an employee of the sheriff's department, whether it's a jailer, I guess a deputy, is training another employee, then they get a
FTO.
FTO pay.
Yeah, 50 cents or a dollar.
Something like that per
Right.
hour. And so what Greg is saying
On the payroll.
is the same thing for his E911 operators, is if they're having to train new employees on this, and they want to be able to have that same access to FTO.
That's why I took it out, because I didn't think they needed.
I don't
it.
understand
That's
why
up to
we
y'all.
have FTO in the police, in the sheriff's department or the
They're on the
911.
payroll.
They on the payroll, they ought to be
Take 'em both
teaching them
I'd
anyway.
say leave it out.
Leave it out.
Probably
Okay.
different pay raise anyway.
It's out. Okay, this one's a big one.
They
We
get
need
the better
this.
pay raise.
Emergency medical dispatch Q&A software. What they have right now, somebody calls in, we'll just say it's a broken arm. Okay, they pull out the broken arm card, that's actually a card, and they read it to the people.
Sure.
That Q&A software will, it's automated,
Pull it up.
it goes straight to it. It goes straight to it,
Very efficient.
and it's
Yes.
more efficient, and it has a lot more stuff than those cards.
Mhm.
That would be very beneficial, and he has the money to do that.
All right, that's fine.
History and tourism, paint the large courtroom, and some floor repair. Those are minor, more than, we can do that top one, and we can probably cut that down a little bit. I'm not sure if he talked to property management or not, but they can do that work. I can't see it taking $5,200 worth of paint to paint one room, so we can cut that. Yeah. Or two, debt service fund.
All right, y'all, 2016, the last debt service payment for the jail, paid in full.
We're
It's
gonna have a little
August,
ceremony out front out there. Burn that,
it's August 1st.
yeah, burn that note.
August 1st is the official.
Alright.
That just shows you what you still get in your finance committee report. I know it's a lot of numbers on one screen right now, but it's just how the SPLOST has trended since it began with the jail SPLOST in 2010. And you can see, you know, each year what the average has been, and we have far exceeded the average, and that's why we will have that excess that we had spoken about earlier. This is talking about that excess. Right now, the way it stands as of November 1st, our actual cash balance in the debt service fund was 15 million, and projected at 10.1 million. So we've got almost 4.9 million dollars actual cash over projected.
That goes in.
It will go in the general fund. However, now we are going to, based upon what was approved just this past commission meeting, the reimbursement of the additional funds for reimbursement of the land, but that still goes in the general fund as well.
And how much was that?
2 point, yeah, a little over $2 million.
2 million, a little over 2 million.
Right.
Capital Transportation Fund, and then Greta.
This just shows you right here what each of the projects, again, this is on your finance committee report as well. That last line, discretionary unassigned fund balance, 2.3, based upon what the numbers that Randy gave us just last night. He had to use some of that for his 2015 LMIG resurfacing. So we're expecting that to go down to probably about $1 million. But y'all are then, as of today, gonna add another $500,000 back into that.
Right.
Okay.
The Greta.
Next one. Enterprise Fund, landfill, solid waste.
This is just how the revenues went. They see a direct correlation, a lot like our revenues. When the economy improves, they see their revenues improve. They were running,
So they don't
in
want
the
trash.
red. They were running in the red, which is, could be typical for any business, but they're now in the black. And so you can see the difference in their C&D revenue of what was adopted in 2015 versus what we're projecting for 2016.
And the slope of the graph for land disturbance permits, building permits is exactly like their graph. I mean, it looks exactly the same. So when those start going up, this starts going up.
Understood. Understood. Makes sense.
As far as their requests, that's the overall. We'll go through these.
Yeah. This is just their operating.
That's their operating. They're the same as last year, no changes.
And this is all under their enterprise fund, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, that's correct. The top two items, do they need these? Yes, they do. They're replacements, but they don't have the money.
They don't have the fund balance and they don't have the cash balance either right now. They're building it, but they
The
don't
rest
have
of them are those thirds, and so are the two mechanic 3 positions, which are housed at the landfill out here under field services, and they can go back and forth between the fleet and here, depending on where the vehicle is, but that's where the 3 mechanics are. For
But we
the
talked about that.
big
didn't we?
people, yeah, same people.
A third, a third, a third.
Yes.
Okay,
These are the
okay.
same employees.
Since the landfill on general fund, any money now?
I know, they are actually, their cash, they probably have about $80,000 to $90,000 in cash.
Okay, good.
That,
Good
they,
sign.
no more due froms.
Okay, good, good.
Health and employee benefits and workers' compensation.
Just want to give y'all a little bit of a history of my outlook. In 2014, y'all graciously contributed $1.5 million from the general fund to help offset the increase in healthcare expenditures as well as to reduce the healthcare fund deficit.
Yep.
The deficit was around $2.3 million. What happened actually was good. It went down to $1.3 million. However, as MSI said, who's our benefits consultants, they told us that in 2015 our claims have been higher than projected, 50% higher,
50% higher.
which was
It's amazing.
not normal, but it's just the swing of however what's going on with healthcare and the employees. So we're estimating that deficit to go back up to 2.3 by the end of this year. I'll let Mark know about that, and so in the general fund budget, there is currently $500,000 in the 2016 budget to go toward this budget.
Yeah.
We put
That still
500.
leaves us a $1.8 million deficit.
We put 500 in there, and what we're expecting to happen, hopefully, based on the changes to healthcare with
It'll
the
go down. yeah.
Right.
the max out of pocket, because our max out of pocket used to be your deductible. Well, that goes from 500 up to 1250 or 1500, depending on which one you're in. Those people are going to be less apt to go to the doctor than they were before, because they'd already met your max out of pocket. You're going to go to the doctor because it's going to be free.
Right.
That'll stop some of that. Hopefully, that'll go
The
down.
abuse of it.
But you still got a $1.8 million deficit.
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah, that, right, that's not gonna, the 5K is not gonna
Right.
serve.
That's not a bad holding place, as long as we figure
Yeah,
out
you
what
keep
we
it,
need
yeah,
to do next
keep it
year.
around
And
2
I think
million.
having MSI on board, even taking their numbers, I was able to get with them and say, okay,
1.8.
after your
So
negotiations,
what do we want from you?
yeah, to go from 2.3.
Right, right, yeah,
1.8.
Yeah.
But
This
it
is
shouldn't
just-
grow that much.
Right.
Hopefully not.
Right.
This is just showing you where the revenues come from, how much the county, again, talking about benefits,
Mhm.
and how much the county puts in. Benefits is around almost $10 million. And then the employees contribute about 2.3 million. Retirees pay in about 156,000, and miscellaneous 20,000. So that 500,000 is coming from the general fund, and we're expecting claims to be 10.2 million, administrative 654,000, and reinsurance premiums around 1.47 million.
I was pleased with the sign up website, because it did focus on
Yes.
where the money comes from, where it goes, and
Cost.
contributions to the county.
It did, that was
Yes.
good.
Yeah. I don't think most people would even think about it. It's just,
Exactly.
But this goes back to what we were talking about earlier, when we were talking about salaries, like the cost of the benefits.
Exactly right.
That's very,
That's why you wanna compare apples to apples, and not just.
Got good news on the workers' comp fund.
Yes.
Again, y'all were graciously gave from the general fund $500,000 for the increased expenditures and to reduce the workers' comp deficit that we had in 2014 of 701,000. Due to that contribution and a lower claim expenditures, there's no longer a deficit. We ended 2014 with actually a positive $243,000. We're expecting 2015 to also end positive, adding another about 250,000 plus to that fund balance.
Ouch. What are we doing wrong?
Cushion.
Well, I think the answer to that is Matt does a great job keeping on workers' comp. But I think too, a couple of years, I would say in a row, we had a couple of settlements that raised, that was not typical of the regular trends in claims. And so we started budgeting more. And because
Right.
those claims didn't happen, it went to fund balance.
Understood.
So.
And he works on those along with Ken. Ken helps out too.
Oh, you can't be crazy.
He does. I see the emails between him and Matt going back and forth, and they last for days.
Again, this is the summary of all funds, what was requested out of each fund, with the general fund, special revenue fund, what was recommended in the increase and decrease. And the next slide shows what Mark had said in the very beginning, that out of all the funds, Mark had to cut $15.3 million.
In order to balance the budget. And
The end?
The end.
we have executive session.
Can I ask one question before we?
Yes, sir.
We're talking about supervision for the probationers, and might having to start doing that ourselves. Would it not be smart for us to budget something towards that cost of supervision, just in
The
case?
Sentinel goes out of business.
Yes. What do you think?
Well, we could raise the contingency
Yeah.
fund.
I mean, we don't have to budget, but I feel it's gonna cost us something, no matter what we do, whether Sentinel finds a way to do it, or whether we have to do it. If we have to do it ourselves, it's gonna cost probably $500,000.
A little bit of a contrarian point of view. We keep money. We know we might have to use the money, kind of keep it in our hip pocket. But I think if it comes about, I think it's appropriate to do a budget amendment, because then you put it before the county, put it before the citizens, put it before the taxpayers. Okay, here's the implications of the decisions that the state of Georgia makes, and how they impact local taxpayers. And that's why we're having to make this budget adjustment. You're still doing it.
Yeah.
We're still.
It's just whatever the board wants to do, but I think it's somewhere down the road, we're gonna have to come up with some cash money, at least $200,000 is what I would suggest. If we decide to budget. If we don't, we can just play it by ear and see what it's gonna cost us. And
Well, I guess I'm saying play it by ear, just because we can do it later as a meeting and budget amendment.
Well, I'm saying we'd have the money set aside in case, and we'd still have to run it through the board in an open meeting,
yeah,
and you'd still get fly back up state.
It would work either way,
We have
either
to
way,
do this
just whatever the
because
board
the state-
prefers to do.
Do what they
Mr.
did.
Robinson, what's on your mind?
Yeah, I'm just listening. I'm really listening, and I'm listening to both sides, which is, again, like with anything, it's something that's coming down, right? It's another one of those unfunded mandates, no more than mental health. What do we do, right? And we now got to pick up this additional cost that was, to a certain extent, were we getting any revenue out of that? I know they got their money, right,
Thank
first.
you.
Sentinel got their money because they were being paid directly. And did we get it? What did we get out of them? You guys just
We get our normal fees,
Right.
court fees, but as far as the probation, we don't get any of that.
We don't get any of that.
No, we do not get
So,
any of
so
that.
really, Mr. Chairman, I'm hearing you saying, you're saying that we want to go ahead and absorb that and begin to put a structure in place that we're going to have to run this? I mean, that's really what I'm
And we don't know. I got a call from Sentinel, the Pete Sentinel people yesterday wanting to meet again, but we haven't set up another meeting. And I don't know what they might have come up with, but whatever it is, it's gonna cost us money. Whether they continue to do it or whether we do it ourselves.
And they're not gonna continue to do it.
They're not, if they can't make a profit, they're not gonna do it,
Yeah,
so.
we would have to set up our own department, which would cost us more money or supplement.
And if we have to do that, we're talking about a lot bigger dollars than 200,000. But right now, it's kind of in limbo, so just to be safe, and Mike's point is good as well. I mean, if you got it in escrow, if you got it in fund balance, you can always pull it out of there. So it's just a matter of what the board wants to do.
What is the function that they do other than, I mean, I'm oversimplifying it, but somebody has to come and check in, right? Be accountable,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah.
It's accountability, right? So that's a staff of, you saying 200,000, that's a staff maybe of office space, whatever case we're talking about, maybe $500,000 to $1 million if we fully did this ourselves, or is it gonna be that big?
Well, they suggested that we would have to, and this is just their numbers, Kelly,
understand.
not ours.
I understand.
They said, considering what Sentinel does for us, we would have to hire 9, was it 9? 19. We'd have to hire, that's probably exaggerating somewhat to make their numbers look work better. But somewhere between 200,000 and $500,000 it would cost us
Okay.
to hire these people. And then I don't know where we're gonna put them.
Have to find a space.
We gotta find space.
That was the
and
point, yeah.
So I don't know what it would cost us.
Okay. So again, 500,000. And how many people are we really talking about? Like, I mean, how many people do we have on probation? Do you?
Gosh, I don't know what that number is. It's a lot, yeah.
They gave some numbers, don't have it.
Yeah, I don't remember. It was a big number though,
It's like
Kelly. We got it,
1,200.
but I just don't have it with me.
Well, if you look at everything out of state court on the criminal side,
Yeah,
every conviction there is gonna be a probated sentence for the most part.
yeah.
You know, the worst case scenario, I guess, is 12 months per count on a misdemeanor.
Yeah.
But most of them are probated sentences, so if we just look at the state court criminal numbers and dispositions, assuming they're not what's not dismissed, that'll give you the number of probationers or potential.
They provided us the numbers, I don't have them.
And
I meant to bring
Commissioner,
that with me, but I didn't.
even the folks that go to trial, I don't wanna say it's rare, but folks that go to trial and get sentenced to jail time, it's county jail time, but typically it's less than the 12 months and the balance are served on probation. So really, every disposition that's not a dismissal or diversion is a probated sentence.
Yep. So to that point, Mr. Chairman, I think I'm not opposed to sort of the preparation of it. I think, again, just with accountability courts as well, there needs to be some dollars set aside. So I would agree with a 250 to 500 just setting aside, because we gotta make a decision. Are we gonna move forward? And if we know that this is coming, why don't we just get ahead of it? It's all accountability, right? It doesn't matter which one you sliced in. And then we've got Veterans Court eventually that's gonna come right behind that, right? They have a special class of people.
Yeah.
So it's just, again, go back to laying down this action plan. I mean, all of this is about accountability, Mr. Chairman. So whatever it is, we're just trying to get ahead of the curve. So I'm in support of that. Because we don't have to spend it, right? It's
Right,
only
right.
it's
We
the
don't need it, we don't.
contingency.
Yeah.
But it's, I mean, I don't know, when you talk about business continuity insurance and stuff like that, are these contractors required to, if they fail, they gotta pay us for whatever the delivery of that period of time is through some type of insurance? Does it?
Well, most of the time when these kind of businesses fail, they can go insolvent, so there's no real remedy. There's not an insurance policy that's gonna pay us if Sentinel closes its doors tomorrow. You're just gonna have to provide the service. much like what happened in Paulding County about the ambulance services they were contracting out.
Right.
It's probably a good idea to have some reserve wherever you put it in case they shut the doors tomorrow. And I'm not saying they are, but if they were, it's gonna be on y'all or there's gonna be no place to put them.
Mr. Chairman, I support it.
And that number was 1,800, Kevin.
Oh, total
Yeah.
probationers.
Yes,
Just to reiterate, and however we arrive at the solution, I'm fine with it. But these are the type of invisible things that the taxpayers but largely don't know about, don't
No, that's
appreciate.
true.
They understand roads and they understand parks and cultural arts centers, libraries and that sort of thing. They don't understand about probation. And this is another one of those things that the state in its wisdom has restructured to the benefit of the state, and just like justice reform and all those other things,
Right.
and tout all the money that they're saving state taxpayers. Well, that money's gonna be spent somewhere, and it's gonna be spent closer and closer to the local level. And a lot of people don't know that, they don't appreciate that. So however we give visibility to this issue, I'm fine. I just don't want it to be hit, okay, now we're taking over and nobody knows where the $500 or $1 million went to.
Okay. I'm gonna throw
Whatever's
a
the
glass
best
of our
solution.
county administrator and finance as to whether they think we should set up a line item for this, or whether it just goes into 190 or fund balance or whatever. Is that all right with y'all?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
All right, what's next?
We're ready for executive session.
Before, okay, real quick, transportation. We talked about that just in general, and I think we zoomed through it, and I might have just blinked. But we talked about for the ride share. I saw we had some 10 replacement buses. I want to come back to the recommendation that came out from the Transportation Services Committee, and thank you, Mark, for getting ready to get, and Gary, to sort of respond to getting our consultants to give us some preliminary findings. Out of that came a series of recommendations, and I know they're unofficial, but, and hopefully everybody got a chance to at least glean through it, because I know.
I have not had a
I know, we
chance to
just
go
got
through
it. We
Yeah,
just got it.
I haven't had a chance to go through it yet, so
So
Okay.
then, with that being said, and I don't wanna, if you haven't had a chance to read it, I think you should, because that, it weighs in on this conversation. But I don't wanna lose the chance to sort of put a parking lot on some of the recommendations, and specifically, let's just get right to it. I don't think, sort of the MARTA, and nothing wrong with MARTA, I don't think the transit is a conversation I can have in the 16 budget. It just conducively, it doesn't work. So if I put that to the side for a second, just, put design and all that to the side. I'm talking about expanding our bus routes. Our current, some type of inter-county route system based on the recommendation that came out of there. It came out of the study. But if you haven't read it, then it would be hard for me to have this conversation because it'd be unfair. But at the same point, this is the time to have a conversation. This was a major conversation point that came out of my town halls, right? All 4, right? It was like transportation was number 1, alternative modes. And so here we are. I know Chairman sort of encouraged us to go look at Gainesville as well as the Cobbs. They've got some on-demand or flex or whatever they want to call it. All I'm talking about is just inter-county, moving us around. It was 3 routes that they recommended. It was sort of the some Thornton Road, Beverly Road corridor, the Highway 5 back, Bright Star back over, and then you've got a center one obviously around the mall in downtown. Those are the 3 routes that they recommended.
Does that study address any federal grant money at all? Kelly, I haven't had a chance to, we've been working on this budget and I haven't had a chance to look at that yet.
It speaks to what they framed as dollar amounts. Again, I work directly with Congressman Scott's office. They've identified some grants that would help with some funding.
Right.
And obviously I did see, just like you saw, the Department of Transportation is opening up funds from the feds, etc. Maybe we can sort of come back to this before the budget is finalized. Because if you haven't read it,
I think that's fair.
Yeah, and I buttress Kelly's remarks. I mean, this draft goes into a lot of detail, and it assigns money amounts to every state and every possibility.
It does.
And frankly, there's some low-hanging fruit that I think we need to look at pretty clearly, and there's some
what
more
is-
less-hanging fruit we need to look at.
What is our next step now, Mark? What do we do now?
We actually wait for the finished product.
Okay.
Some of those are probably gonna be on there, more than likely all of them, I'm not sure. But there's some money in the budget for some of that low hanging fruit Mike talked about, which is most of the yellow, the things that are highlighted yellow. I think Gary and Randy said that there's enough
When
money
do
in the
we have
2000.
our public hearing before the public?
Right.
That's what we need to know.
I think
For the
that's a
budget?
little,
Yeah, for the budget.
November
Okay.
17th.
November 17th.
November 17th. Okay.
The
We would
next
like to
meeting.
get all this under our belts before we get to that meeting. You know, at one point, we had a number of amendments that a number of we commissioners made
at the
meeting. And it's really not fair to the public if we do that.
Right.
Because we're not telling them where we're going if we change the whole plan once we get in a meeting. So I want us to be ready to adopt the budget when we go in there.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
I totally agree. I totally agree.
November
remember-
17th is public hearing.
Mhm.
The actual vote would be December 1st.
Oh,
Yes.
okay, all
Yeah, you
right.
have to have a public hearing prior to adopting. You can't do it in the same meeting.
Public hearing, November 17th,
And then
Adoption.
adopting the budget
I'll
when?
check that.
December
December
1st.
1st. Let me check.
December
Make
1st.
sure.
Mhm.
That is correct, December 1st.
Yes,
It is, again.
Okay.
And this is.
All right, that gives us time, Kelly, to,
No, that's for the budget, 2016 budget.
Mhm.
Mhm.
That's what those dates are.
This is
Yes.
November, I thought we voted on it December. the
Yes, we're
17th.
voting on December 1st.
December 1st is the vote.
The
We're
public
actually
hearing is
voting on it.
November 17th.
Oh,
We normally do it the last commission
Yeah.
meeting, but because we've been able to kind of be a little bit ahead of schedule, we were able to work it in where we have the public hearing, if y'all
And we
were okay
only,
with it.
and we only have one public hearing because there's no tax increase in
That's
this
right.
budget. Okay,
One public hearing is the only thing that's required.
okay.
so this is the budget meeting.
The budget hearing is the 17th, and then
And that gives us all time to take a look at this what's in this study and see, where we go from here.
Right, but I think with this meeting, because it is being publicized, we are being open about where we're going, right? This is-
Yeah,
And this
yeah.
is something that we have not been talking about. This has been out in the open. So I think by the time we come back together one more time, I think we should be there, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
I agree.
All right, we need to go into executive session to discuss personnel issues.
Yes, sir.
All right,
Rolling.
So we have to have a motion.
So
I'm waiting on
Second.
a motion.
Got a motion.
Kelly
Got
seconded
a
it.
second?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye. All right.
And Henry, when we have our town hall meetings, we talk about this. And from what I've gotten from my chapter chairman that I have every month, is that the public would support a SPLOST for transportation and for capital projects for fire and EMS, like fire trucks, ambulances, equipment that our firefighters use in the line of duty. And everything else, I just listen to them and see what they have to say. And everything else has been recommendations from the public. But let's talk a little bit about if we want to have a SPLOST, what would we ask the public to support? So that, I'll just throw that out there. And Mark does have, where did this come from, Mark? Was this an old one or
No, this is
new one?
This is modifications to the one I did last time, which was modifications to the one from,
Okay.
just an ongoing process.
And some of this, we might want to take a look at, some we might want to renew or redo it. Okay?
So it has been revised, so as
Do
far
we have a
as,
copy of that? No? Okay.
no ma'am.
Okay.
I can get you a copy.
But I saw him flipping something. I didn't have one.
I've got one, I stole this
Okay.
one off of Mark though.
Okay.
Have one.
No, don't worry about it.
No, yeah, we'll put this in the middle and y'all put that in the middle and it's the same thing's gonna be up there.
You're fine.
I just didn't.
I'm good. I'm good. I'm good.
Okay.
All right, this is just a brief overview of the dates. These have not been confirmed by legal, but they're exactly like the ones we had for 2015, and I backed into the dates myself the same way. But we would have to start the process if we were going for a November 8, 2016 SPLOST referendum, excuse me. We would have to start the process in sometime in May. Yeah, that's not. There's
I'll do
only,
it.
there's
That's
only a
fine.
couple. Parks and Rec. Parking lots. A lot of these parking lots, we've had cost estimates for years. A lot of them are in really bad shape. We've done a good job keeping up. We've done about half of them over the past couple of years. But Deer Lick Park, the Circle Drive, we can redo that whole thing, put in angle parking and keep the walking track and increase parking out there tremendously.
They really need that for football season.
Yes, sir.
That's
Instead of
what
the
they-
parallel parking, you
Yeah.
can put in angle parking. We got plenty of room.
Yeah.
The existing gravel parking lot out there at the back side of that outfield of that softball field, that's included. Clinton Park driveway and their parking lot. Winston Park, which is
Clinton Park, you gonna pave the drive?
You can.
I'd try the Millings first.
I would too, I don't wanna pave it.
I'd try the
Okay.
Millings.
Okay.
We can do that either way. These are just suggestions.
That's fine. Keep going.
Parking lot at Winston, that's the one on the right, the old part. That's in really bad shape. That thing needs permaflex and asphalt, just like we did it on half of the Deer Lake parking lot, which looks really good. If y'all haven't seen it,
The old parking.
when you
Okay.
pull in
Gotcha,
right
gotcha.
there on the right,
There's a
that
big
big
hole
one.
right there.
Yes, ma'am.
Right
that
where
was
the
bad.
school is.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Deer Lake gym floor renovation, lighting for Boundary Water soccer fields, restroom concession stands at Boundary Water soccer fields. These are the real ones, not, and that's a small one. They had one at New Temple High School baseball field. Very small, simple, looks good. It's still $450,000. So that's on the cheap end.
What's the one at Henry, Lithia Springs bathroom? Is that considered big or small?
That's probably.
Bigger than this one.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
It's a double decker, right? Isn't it 2-story at Lithia Springs Park?
I don't think so.
It doesn't have a press box up top?
Mm.
Okay, maybe it's not then,
No,
okay.
I don't think so.
Then it'd be the same, about the same size.
Okay. It's the one across the street.
Then a press box and restroom at Winston, that one's in really bad shape. Only reason it was 25,000 because there's not that much room between it and the road. Another thing would be a community center / gym, including anything from basketball courts, classrooms, possibly meeting and event rooms, a gym area.
Where?
Where?
Yeah, where?
Okay, locations. There's a couple of different spaces that we have currently. I know you don't want to go to Clinton.
No, I'd love to see something like that at Boundary Waters.
Boundary
myself.
Waters, there's space
You
available.
can use this for senior citizens, for community meetings, for family reunions, and all that kind of stuff, and you don't have anything on that side of the county.
The second most important thing for
For a community center.
the town hall that we had was, beyond transportation, was parks. And the number one thing was community center. It was not just one town hall, it was multiple town halls. And so, community centers, because again, we've got one community center, basically, the gym, for this entire county. And everybody doesn't play sports, right? There's other room spaces, I know we've got libraries and so forth, but if you think about Smyrna Road or whatever it is, over Atlanta Road, Smyrna Community Center is sort of a concept of a multi-purpose facility, again, for the citizens. I mean, we build a lot of stuff like animal shelters and jails and EMSs and all these things, or the delivery of certain services, but the public every now and then is like, okay, but what about me? What about what I do on a day-to-day and how I experience my quality of life? And so it was very clear in my town hall that that's what they were looking for, should we move forward with something like this.
So where do we have it now?
Dearly,
We have
sort of, we have a gym.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's not
well,
much
they
else
use it
left.
for a lot of different things, but it is
We
community.
really don't have, yeah,
Right.
we really don't have what we're talking about here.
Zero.
And then also, we were talking about, which could be included with this, or it could be separate with a zero depth pool, you know, like a water park,
Splash.
or for water
Splash
fitness,
pool.
like a splash pool. There's, I got a lot of different names for it. It could be at the same location, it could be a different location. There's also some,
Clinton.
yes, ma'am.
agree.
I'm the one that asked for
I agree.
it 2 years ago.
Dog River, Interpretation Center, access to the eastern portion. That would include the entrance road and everything over there.
The bridge,
Does not include a
Don't have a
bridge.
bridge there.
Renovation of Fair Play and Bill Art, which would include grading, lighting, fencing, parking lots. So we're good, we can go to
The soup to nuts.
If you take a look on the next
Let's see
page,
here.
there's the existing layout of the parks and the concept plan. And this is basically doing what the city of Douglasville did at Hunter Park, is just plowing it under and starting over. And the reason being, these things are so old that no matter what we do and no matter how much money we spend at these parks, they're still old.
We have access
We were
problems.
talking piecemeal, one at a time. Oh, we can put another one right here. We can put another part here.
Yeah.
But if you can centrally locate these, put your new concession stand, press box, restrooms in the center. And then bring that other small field down. Those two parking lots at the top on the left-hand side of the page, that is more, not much more, but it's more parking spaces than is on the right-hand side, and it's more efficient.
So it's more, better access for people that
Yes, sir.
are handicapped or elderly people.
What we did find out though is that even with the new concept plan, the layout of these fields, there's still not enough additional space to build something like a community center at those parks.
At this.
Bill Art Park, the existing layout's on the right. If you notice that field, now, nothing's not shown, which I'm sure you're aware, is the grade changes out there. There's severe grade changes between the field on the left, the top field, and then the bottom two on the right. But turn that field around on the bottom left, then you can have the press box centrally located, level all those fields, and then that's the left-hand slide, and then reconnect that sidewalk to the parking lot on the bottom left. Plus, you've got the parking lot on the upper side, which wouldn't change.
I guess I get more feedback at this park than others because this is where my grandson played ball, both of them, all three of them. And their argument, the other day I was out there watching the game, and a gentleman come up to me and asked me when we were gonna do something to this park, and I tried to explain to him things that we have already done at that park.
Yeah.
Like building a new sidewalk, new parking lot on the end, and sidewalks out there. But still, if you're handicapped, you can't get to the bathroom from the bottom fields. And the guy looked up and he said, you know, I played Little League here 35 years ago, same dugout. That's what he said. I don't know if that's true or not.
Right.
But that's what he told me,
It
same
was just
dugout.
built
We got out there right there.
It was just built right to begin with.
That's right. But it's something to consider and something to put before the public and see if they want us to do this.
Right.
But they're not gonna be able to vote on just this.
Well, they
this
can vote,
item.
they can vote on so many dollars worth of improvements in Parks and Rec, and this would be one of those improvements.
But I think Ann was saying,
It's gonna have to say
Bill Art,
$7 million.
Oh,
for
yeah,
the
well,
parks.
it would say that.
no. I think she wants to vote on the 7 million on Bill Art, the 2 million on Central.
No.
I mean, so.
Oh,
I'm just voting that like that.
Yeah,
No, what I'm saying, Parks and Rec.
That ballot,
you
gonna
don't-
be about, if you're gonna do that ballot's gonna be about
But
that.
it's gonna be about Parks and Rec. And
Yeah.
and a
They're
full
not
dollar
gonna be
amount.
able to pick it. We have to pick That's what I'm saying.
Well,
We have to pick
I
what
know,
we
this
want.
is what we would put out there to see if they would support it,
Right.
if they want to support it.
Prior to the vote.
It's it's something you don't have to
In the public
do.
meetings, in the
Yes,
public,
yeah,
and to
absolutely.
be vetted
And this
before it
is-
actually goes on the ballot.
Yes.
And this is
Yes.
requests
Okay.
that
Yes.
I'm getting
Yes.
when I go out there. And you couldn't do both of them in the same year. You'd have to do one year and
You can do
then
it
one
till you-
another year because you have to move all these activities to these other parks.
And you can do it too, start getting some.
City of
dollars
Oakville
anyway.
used our parks.
Right.
You know, but to your point, I think this is an aggregation of over time. I mean, we have a lot of town hall meetings, we all do them differently and get feedback. You know, my community center suggestion came straight from the citizens. This is not me, I'm voicing what they're looking for versus me trying to say, hey, do you want
Exactly,
this?
exactly.
There's a difference.
Right.
There's a difference as a representative, I'm representing their voice, so I'm like, no, it stands as it is because that's what they wanted. I'm not trying to like, you know,
Right.
persuade anybody other than, okay, this is what you said you wanted, see, it's on the list, you let us know later versus, you know, it's some type of, you know, sleight of hand. So I just wanted to make sure.
Exactly. And this is not something that I come up with. It was something that was brought to me.
But we've got to decide where the community center, if it's one or two, and where it would go
Right.
to vet it.
Right.
So we've just got community center.
And the public may have input with that too.
Well, one thing, you know, I get at Lithia Springs all the time, right there at our fire station. You know, we had, in Splost, we had a senior center that would have been built right there had it been approved, and it wasn't approved. We still need to have a need for a senior center in Lithia Springs. And we have the property to build it. So that's something that, but nobody's asked me that lately. That's been years ago.
Senior center with a pool?
No.
No pool.
Boundary waters.
No, I mean at Lithia Springs.
No, Lithia Springs, certainly would be good to have, but nobody's asked for
It's
one.
fine.
So
Actually,
It's on the next slide.
Oh, is it?
Let's go over the.
Somebody would ask for it then.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, it did come up in my Silver Creek one.
Okay.
And I think that's your Lithia Springs base, because they
Right.
said
It is,
whatever
right
happened
up
to
the
that,
street.
you know, and I had no clue, but that's probably why it's still.
That's it, yes. Okay.
Also, as a possible track, and then the 18-court tennis center at Boundary Waters. And there is enough room for the track around that field out there. Okay. As far as the libraries, new library and performing arts.
Real quickly, you talking about tennis courts?
Mm-hmm.
We need basketball courts. Now, I know we're talking about possible community center that would have courts in it, but we need basketball courts for kids down in that area, so just keep going.
Okay.
As an alternate.
In all the parks.
Speaking of tennis courts, I mean, back who lived, I mean, I'm talking about Deerley. Those are not tennis courts. I don't know if any of you guys play tennis. The ones up on the hill.
I used to.
Yeah, but then you get the spirit of what will that survive the animal shelter, or is that parking, or that's just up there? But that's really
Tennis
not-
courts?
Yeah.
Yes, it would survive.
We used to play.
Oh, those are
but
used,
Alton
those used a lot,
play.
quite
I know
often
you
out
used to,
there.
but it's just they really need improving, guys. If y'all saw them back
Well,
then.
it's probably roots and stuff like
Yes.
that.
Existing
Oh,
tennis
they're pretty
courts
good.
in the
They're
county
pretty
need to be resurfaced.
I'm 51. I played on those courts when I was 15.
Gary has asked for resurfacing for a couple of years. He didn't ask this year, but
You know what,
that
nobody
needs to
doing
be
some of
added.
this stuff.
Probably gave up. Okay, all right,
Keep going.
All right.
all right.
Smart aleck.
23 million for a main library / and a performing arts center. Some money for library renovations. I think last time we talked that the top two were ahead of the library expansion of Selma Drive. Maybe some money in there for renovation, but as far as the expansion, I think it was determined that the top one was more important.
Well, the
Is that correct?
Performing Arts Center that's kind of a questionable, problematic, but
Okay.
main library, you know, for years, decades, you know, we had two libraries north of I-20, and then
Mhm.
thankfully, finally, we got a great library down on Highway 5. The population growth has been in the southeast quadrant of
Mhm.
the county by a huge margin.
Right.
So I would stress the importance for the main library, but like I said, Performing Arts Center, I'm not so sure.
But to
It'd be a good fit though.
Yeah.
But Mr. Chairman, you got both of you. But to that point, we go back to the mega park. Go back to if you build something, it's got to be multi-purpose. If we have just one-dimensional offerings for the public, it just, it's more cost down the ride to get it, but you have a complex or a center that has multi-purpose. You know, just like Smyrna Community City has a library right next to it on Line Road, right? You got kids going one place, the parents go over to the other place, Wi-Fi, it's all right there.
Big
And so-
park, you know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
It's just the
I'm not
thought-
closed minded about it, but.
Right.
Selma Drive parking lot, I promise, I did 5 years worth of cost estimates for Eric, and the price keeps going up, but that parking lot's in very bad shape, and
Really
now
is.
health
It really
department
is. It really
is right
is.
there with it.
Yes, it really
That
is.
number includes both.
Okay. Oh, both parking
It
lots.
includes both parking lots. We might be able to get some help from the health department. They've been really good about splitting some stuff with us on some new HVAC units. They've been really good to work with.
I think maybe we consider not waiting for a splosh on the parking lot and see if there's a way we can put it in this year's budget, the $120,000.
I agree. And I
Let's
kinda
park
thought that
that.
about
Let's-
the
let's quit
parks.
kicking it down the road
Too.
That's my suggestion anyway.
No, I think that's a good idea.
Got that, Michelle? Okay, next one, Jennifer.
As long as y'all ain't gonna be taking something out that we've already agreed on when we add some of these things to it.
Well, that's where Mark comes in.
That's
right.
what- that's what
Right.
he's paying.
Pulling the reps
That's-
out.
that's
Give him a
not
shot,
short,
give
that's
Mark a chance, give him a
Okay.
chance.
not- All right.
From 2015. Yeah, there's 1.3 million that we're estimating that will be left over from 2015.
You shouldn't have said
How do we go next?
Yeah, you should have
that.
said
Never
that.
said that.
You're just gonna be spending the next
Yeah,
10
yeah.
minutes.
Exactly. I got something else we need to though.
Oh, by the way.
All right.
Thermal imaging cameras for fire department. The breathing apparatus
These were paid
was
for
on
with
here.
our last splash dollars before.
Yes, breathing apparatus was on here. We put them in next year's budget.
Yeah, we did.
Ambulances,
We got four.
1.4 million. Pumpers about almost
There you go.
4.5 million.
That's for four, right?
No, ma'am, that would be for a lot more than 4 for pumpers.
Well, I'm going by this list
That's
right here. And it said for, 4 ambulances, $1 million. 6 fire trucks, $3 million.
That's 7 or 8 trucks right there,
Yep, that's 7 or 8.
right here.
Yeah, as long as you're not buying ladders.
Mm-hmm.
You start buying ladders, it's gonna cost you about $1 million.
We're talking about pumpers, I think.
Just pumpers, yeah.
Yeah, that's 8.
So this has been revised.
Yes,
all
ma'am.
the way around.
It's all been revised. We were staying away from
I already knew
numbers
that.
as far as the number of pumpers, because the cost varies so much. The next aerial trucks, one of those are about $1 million a piece.
That's what you need to reach over a warehouse on fire.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Everybody thinks it's vertical, but,
Horizontal
yeah.
as well. Station 9 construction, you're looking at about, you got a new pumper, new ambulance, and staff.
$2 million.
Yeah, those are 2 million, right at 2 million. Estimated construction cost is about 2 million. Hopefully we can decrease that if we can get some grading out there.
Okay. It wouldn't require a huge truck, I mean, I heard pumper, ladder.
Yes, ladders included,
There it is, but, all right, I didn't read that. All right. Keep on.
which would give us 3 stations with ladders surrounding the bigger buildings over there. Computer upgrades, $100K. Completion of the
See,
fire.
that could be just regular budget items, I think. 100,000.
Mm-hmm. Completion of the fire training complex, that's about $1 million.
What are you gonna do that we don't already have
What are you
in
gonna
complete?
That would be more of an educational facility capable of providing classrooms.
Oh, do away with this trailer thing?
Yes,
Build
do
real
away with the
class-
trailer, and that's where he's planning, he had his,
Okay, 7 double wide.
yeah, instead of that double wide.
Oh,
Easement
okay. Okay.
to the, what do you call that thing, the tower, came down this side, so we
Okay.
moved that around where the proposed building would be. Replacement of heavy rescue vehicle, that's around 400.
Is that a big picture?
Yes.
That's the one we bought after Jimmy
Geriatric.
Smith passed away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Station renovations, that's to all of them. Combined, we estimate about 1.7. Upgrade to a newer, modern fire safety and severe weather education house.
Why can't that be sponsor funded?
Possibly.
Okay,
could.
let's keep going.
Possibly it could, yes.
Could be one night.
Sponsor funding.
Like by insurance companies?
Yeah.
Oh,
State,
okay.
State Farm,
Mhm.
you know,
Okay.
I'll
ADT,
get you.
ADT would be.
It's just education, I agree, it's education, right, it's not
It's worth asking.
direct
Yeah.
provision of services to the community.
We've got ADT presence, on Riverside.
Yep.
New staff vehicles. And then, renovation of the headquarters, there's some stuff downstairs and some more stuff inside to do there.
I thought we'd already
I thought
renovated
we'd already
everything on
done
that.
all that.
Yeah, I want
He's
to know
asking for
more about
more,
that.
yeah, I'd wanna know more about it
Yeah.
too, he's
Yeah.
asking for more.
This is
Countywide digital radio system is, right at 10 million. And that is updated.
That's a no,
Is that- is
that's a
that-
no-brainer.
Yeah,
Right,
I know
right.
what that is.
And is that connecting with Cobb or is that?
Yes.
No?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, okay.
Yeah.
Just wanna make sure.
Douglas
Connected to
Bill.
Douglas, to Cobb, to
Right,
all of them.
Which connect us to everybody, so.
Mhm. Yes, sir.
Mhm.
Uh,
But I thought
transportation,
10 was the right number, I don't know why. I
yeah,
thought
it
it
started
was
at
larger.
7,
No.
and now we're up to about 10.
I thought it was larger than that, I don't know why.
I heard 12 early
Yeah,
on,
that's
so.
Last
Well,
one we
they
got
had
from
to get the
Metropolitan
number
was
out.
10
Earlier.
a couple months ago.
Really? Okay.
Really? Okay, I don't know why I thought it was 12, 13 or something, but okay.
Okay, you go next one. Resurfacing project recommendations, you know, we put that in the splash, we could bump it up to $1 million a year for a couple of years, knock out a lot of this resurfacing to help out the LMIG. I don't think it'll all get done with the LMIG, we could let one contract, you know, there's about, you know, for $5 million, we could do, there's a lot of different scenarios to do, but you know, $5 million would get us 30 to 35 miles, not counting the normal miles we would get out of LMIG.
You know, I think the public has been, happy with the increase in resurfacing we've done. And when throughout my chat with the chairman, I see more support for resurfacing than anything else. I don't know about you, Kelly,
Yeah,
No, that's not true.
and yours the same
No,
way, but,
They can see it, they can see it.
They
from
can
miles.
see it every day.
Right, yeah, so
Every
that-
day
yeah,
it's
absolutely.
And the next thing is some of these intersections
yes,
to keep the flow of the traffic.
yeah.
Oh, that's a good, great book.
Okay.
$25 million intersection operations program, and those are just some examples. I'm sure there's more. But that's where we're at on that. You know, the first one could be 45 million. At Chapel Hill Road I-20. I mean, of course, it could be, you know, we get some funding from the state or feds, or so we might have to supplement it.
$25 million
That Bright
in
Star Road.
intersection, that's 50 million, basically $50 million worth of intersection improvements.
Well, no, the 25 is still, it's just the title, it's the same.
Oh, is it?
That just gives you, all those together, yeah, would be about 25 million, but you're looking at, those are just a,
You're talking about picking and choosing
You pick
which ones
from-
you're gonna do for
Yes, sir.
25 million, okay.
Well, you've got Bright Star Road and I-20, there's no ramp there. Are you talking about putting a ramp there?
yes, and the frontage roads going down both sides.
But that would be a state job.
Yes,
State and fed.
yes, could be state and fed, but it could be locally funded too. It could be either way. Could be, yeah.
It should be there.
Yeah, I agree, it should be.
But that's where you start with them though. I
Yeah,
mean,
we push it,
Yeah,
but
right.
it's still
To-
federal
to-
money.
To that point, and I think, go back to, jurisdiction crossover, we picked up Riverside Parkway, and we had a conversation regarding Department of Transportation of the Fairburn Road side. Do we reconstruct that toward, 166, or do we reconstruct it toward Anawake, and that whole conversation? So, is this where that would fall into that? Because again, it's not only the transportation, but it's also the economic development to help support that, right, to go hand in hand. I mean, as I look at this, I mean, what we can't lose sight is just the block and tackling of just resurfacing. It has to be purposeful, right? Beyond, yes, we do need to maintain, but some of this is strategic, right? Because
Yes.
then that helps drive priority. You know, my lead road corridor is a one priority versus maybe somewhere else. But can you speak to something like, I mean, I know that was just a suggestion for this conversation, but that Anawake 92, what do you I mean? Why would that be a priority in light of some of the other areas?
A lot of these come straight out of the comprehensive transportation plan.
Yeah, and one doesn't necessarily have to be a priority
Right.
over the
Yeah.
other, it's just on the
They're
list.
just on the list right now. They're
And
not-
we may
they're
add
not
to
in
that
priority.
list and alter that list.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's
Yes, we can
that's what I
alter
wanna
it.
hear.
Right,
Yeah,
yes.
okay.
And that's what the public may say, okay, there might be
Right.
something on here that's just not,
That's
it's not
not,
on here.
right.
But they
Maybe
want to
they
hear
need-
from us to give them guidance that
Yes.
says, okay, well, where's our emphasis gonna be? Well, we're about to expand Lee Road all the way down to Bomar.
Yeah, and they won't be hesitant to tell you what project they want.
Right.
Right,
That's right.
okay.
Because that, whatever affects them is a priority then. So.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
All right.
And these dollar amounts are not for, specifically for this SPOS, because there's not enough money, we're already over.
Right.
Yes.
So we're just picking and choosing,
Right.
Yep.
or the public's picking and choosing.
Right.
You got the Southern Inner Arc, pedestrian trails over, State Route 92 as far as the LCI goes. State Route 92 frontage road systems. Same thing with State Route 6, and then, also an access management study. Riverside Parkway.
Parkway.
Some of that stuff we're dealing with, the Development Authority's helping us out with, Riverside and then the, Lee Road extension.
But to this point, Ken, with the SES, we just picked up Riverside, right?
Mhm.
This was a SPOS conversation, right? This is independent of us saying we're gonna go and take over and do the general maintenance of Riverside. So I'm trying to separate the two, general maintenance versus SPOS, Riverside, city, county. Do we take off the top of the SPOS to go address something like this through the SPOS? Or how do we fund maintenance of Riverside? It's so big and so long.
I think what we do is when, of course, this, we presently have a tier 1 SPOS. This will not be a tier 1. This will be-
Correct.
We have to meet with all the cities in regards to projects. And I think that's part of our discussion, Kelly. We took over the maintenance of these roads for you,
Right.
so we want something back for that.
A shared.
A share, that's right, yeah.
Okay, sidewalk and infrastructure, again, State Route 6, State Route 92, Gurley Lane, other school and activity locations, there's tons of locations as far as sidewalks.
Yeah, Chapel Hill Road for one.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
You talking about, traffic flows, volumes and stuff? I mean, it's not too far behind some of those highway state routes. Tremendous amount of traffic.
Possible, I'm sorry.
I say just, and get people walking in the roads, kids walking in the roads. That's awesome.
Highway 5.
Yes, that's administration, possible administration building, 75,000 square feet. You're looking at about 20 million. Renovate courthouse for judicial purposes. This is in addition to what, we have planned for next year,
Okay.
up to 5 million. Just depends. And that's all we have. And I can send it. Y'all have the one from last
You
time,
need
but
to send it.
it's been
And,
revised a little. I'll send it to you.
And we want to say this, this is just a list of things. What we want to do is have meetings throughout the county, every district, at Citizen Hall and elsewhere, and let the public decide what and if they want to support a SPOS.
Yeah, I think that's how it works, yeah.
Again, I'm hearing a lot of support for capital projects for fire and EMS, for buying ambulances, everything we have now, with the exception of what we bought recently, was bought with SPOS money. And I think the previous administration, I agree with how they funded capital projects. So the reason we still got money later on is they didn't buy anything until they had the money in the bank to pay for it. They didn't have to go out and borrow money to buy fire trucks and ambulances. They paid for them as they needed them. So this is about what the public wants and not what we want. We know our needs, but they know what they want to pay for. And then again,
And a lot of that's the same.
half of this money that comes outside of our county. So that's the easiest way to pay for capital projects, I think, is let the public help us pay for it.
We didn't talk about the animal shelter, funding.
It was in there under animal shelter budget.
Mm-hmm.
It was for sewage, but
Lease purchase.
The lease purchase was in the budget for animal control. It was in animal control. It was for $400,000 for lease purchase.
300,000 carryover, 100,000 this budget.
I'm sorry, lease purchase for what?
To build the animal control shelter.
You mean, just that, it's gonna be paid for out of ACCG? I mean, we're gonna fund it through ACG?
It's either gonna be
loan?
through an ACCG loan
Or a bank.
or a bank.
About the
because
same,
we have-
about the
same
same.
interest
For a
rate.
period of how many years?
Right now, we're looking at 10 years.
10 years? And it's for what, 3 million?
We haven't got those numbers back yet.
You're probably
I don't
looking at
remember
about
us talking about
3.7
that.
right now.
What was that?
It was on the slide, I think.
Oh, that must have been under the map.
Mr. Chairman, can I just mention on the
Yes.
SPOS,
Yes,
just so we're on all on the same sheet of music about what is distributed and what goes out. These slide presentations that the staff has put together are just needs that have been identified.
Right.
They're not the recommendation
No.
of staff as to
No.
what the
No.
citizens might want.
So don't get this confused.
So don't
We're trying
get this
to
confused.
lay it out there.
But
and
remember,
this is- yeah.
remember what the law is in this area.
Mhm.
So this
The
is
law
under
is,
the bill.
Oh, we catch it.
We borrowed
And?
money.
at ease, everybody.
Yeah.
Listen.
the law in this area is this: no matter how the ballot language is constructed,
Mhm.
if the government puts out material
Mhm.
as to what that means or what it intends to do with it,
Mhm.
the public has a right to rely on those distributed materials. And so I want y'all to be very careful about putting something out that someone believes this has been approved by the government, we can rely on it versus just your idea in your area. So what I would strongly suggest, Mr. Chairman, is marks, if we're going for a November general ballot and May is sort of the timeline to start going, because remember, we've got a number of issues. One, you got early voting, you got programming, you got a general election cycle, you got primary election cycles and runoffs. The people that compose the ballot, the programmers, their time is gonna be harder to get. So we gotta make sure we can get all that stuff processed fairly. So I've told Mark, give me 6 months. If y'all are gonna have hearings and all that, y'all need to start them sooner than later. Don't wait till we get into 6 months, because then what's gonna come out is you're not gonna have an identified list for the ballot, if that makes any sense. We need to,
Right.
we need to be narrowing by the time we get to May, June, and not now opening it up and figuring out what everybody wants. The other thing is this: the communications department and any department, including the commissioners themselves via staff, should not distribute anything that goes out to the public that the public can rely on that has not been blessed by this board. It's one thing to say, here's a list and it's clear to identify, we need all these things. But if you present it and it's perceived as here's what's on the ballot, even though it doesn't say it exactly that way, we're gonna run into problems. I just wanna make sure we don't get ahead of
This is just a
ourselves.
list of needs right here.
Right.
The list is gonna come from the public and what they want us to put on that ballot.
But there will be an open records request likely for this
For this,
material.
right. And-
Before it goes out, there needs to be a disclaimer
Yes.
on every page.
That's right.
And the reason for that is because as we've had in the past, and I know what you're leading up to, people will say, well, you said you're gonna build 3 senior centers and you only got 1, and what, you didn't do the money right by this because you said it was gonna be this, not what you were planning. There was just a planning stage of getting to that point.
Well, as you know, with some of the money that was been identified related to fire and EMS equipment, there was a sheet that was distributed with county
Right.
letterhead saying, here's what we're buying.
That's right.
Well, when the needs change, you can't buy something different. Now, I will say the law has been changed a little bit to allow for certain circumstances to come up, emergency circumstances, for the board to approve certain other things. But generally speaking, whatever we distribute, you need to assume it's becoming part of the ballot question, even though the ballot's written a certain way to comply with the law. And so I want to be careful about those sheets going out that say things that aren't.
Would you compose a disclaimer for that?
Yeah, well, I think I have for James's camera, because he's gonna want one. That is, that this is just simply this is a needs that's been identified.
Right.
It's not what y'all are intending to put on a ballot,
Exactly
because y'all
right.
plan on having public hearings on the matter.
I totally agree. I've seen it happen on numerous
Well,
occasions.
is there any way to get a slide presentation that's more condensed than this and throw in all this detailed information? Do we want to do it
But I
like
think
that?
we're gonna
Do we want
do
to
the
say
details.
animal control, build, blah, blah, blah?
Or your last 2 pages or a summary.
Oh, she's not talking about she's talking about that.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
summary
Yeah.
page.
Yeah, we're doing something different, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, is there a summary page? No.
No, she's not talking
Okay.
about budget.
Well-
Oh, okay, you're talking about the budget.
She's talking
Some
about
of that was very detailed, very small items that might be put in the budget, but are we gonna, is that what we're gonna be presenting to them to let them pick and choose?
Are we talking about the budget now or the
No,
slot?
the slot.
Oh, I think we don't go, all I talk about in my meetings is what we need as far as resurfacing and pay for capital equipment with fire and EMS. I don't suggest anything else, everything else, I want them to tell me.
Right.
But that's our biggest needs over the next few years, is roads, transportation infrastructure, and capital projects.
Right. And I think-
Because that's the biggies that cost a lot of money.
And I think if we do and when we do this, that we make sure that we don't have this huge list versus
Exactly.
a list of what we truly see that we can assure, or at least reassure that this might be a passable projects that list, as opposed to just this huge list. You won't have
It's like
problems.
the Christmas wish list from
Yes.
Well, it's
Yeah.
kind of like this.
Yeah, so I wouldn't even go this.
Are we gonna have something like this to go by?
I think we make the list up as we have meetings.
Yeah. That's all I've been doing.
Yeah.
I mean, pretty much I think that's what all of us do, we just kind of,
So we're not even gonna go over what, staff and everybody's saying we need. We're just gonna say, okay, you tell us what you want.
That's what I'm gonna do. I think
still
that's
want
the only
their-
way we're gonna
we
get
want their
one
input.
passed.
No kind of guide.
Well, every
Well-
commissioner,
Using
you
that.
do it the way you want to, just don't make any promises.
Well, according to,
right, yeah.
that, to me, that is a guide, because that
Yeah,
does
it's
include department heads.
It's a guide, it's a lot more stuff than we could ever do in a
Exactly, that's
SPOS.
a ton of stuff.
But,
It is a ton,
and give you
yeah.
an idea of which direction to
Yeah,
go
yeah.
when somebody starts asking you, well, what are you gonna do to Parks and Rec? Well, I'd like to redo Bill R.
Right.
I'd like to redo Fair Play.
Right.
What do you think?
Well, Clinton, I mean,
Yeah,
and then we all just have to come to that concise. Some,
let's just don't put down, we need 8 ambulances and
right.
4 fire trucks, because over the next 6 years, or how long was it, what, 6?
Five or six.
5 or 6,
whatever. Yeah.
it's difficult to know what you're gonna use over that period.
The other
So
thing,
don't limit yourself.
on fire, if you remember the fire EMS service agreement, up to $20 million of fire, the city is gonna contribute its proportionate share off of their portion of the supply.
Yes.
And the same, I think, with Villaric, I think it's written the same thing for Villaric, if I'm not
So we get
mistaken.
their share.
We will get their
That's it.
percentage
Yes.
of that, if you had $15 million, then they would pay their percentage
Right.
of the $15 million
And we
towards
can
those
do the
15
same thing,
Right.
Kelly.
Capped at 20 million,
Yes,
sorry.
for the
Right,
roads
right,
we
right.
took
Yeah,
over.
on the roads, the reason why I wanted to mention this, because of Kelly's question, that road maintenance agreement, which is part of SDS, did not address the SPOS component. It was a maintenance issue and a maintenance and operational deal.
Right.
But when you come to the table with the city, nothing on the ballot that y'all don't put on there.
Right.
So they're gonna have needs, and that's gonna be part of the
Right.
give and take, is, you need to do this,
Yes.
Right.
and we will do this, whatever the case may be, but it's gonna be a negotiated process.
And they're gonna have needs, because they haven't had any SPOS money in, what,
Oh,
5 years now?
That's right.
oh, they got some needs too. They got some still capital needs too, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
What else you
Question,
got?
legal question on the structure, the composition, the design of the SPOS ballot now. There has to be a transportation component, in my understanding, from 170. Any SPOS has to have a transportation.
No, that
Where did I get
changes.
that?
It changed.
It
It was
changed.
initially in
I
it,
thought,
Yeah, it wasn't there.
Then they took it out.
30-something%.
even though we still feel that our transportation percentage would meet or
Above the
exceed
floor
that anyway.
anyway.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Mike,
They did take it out.
Mike,
It's
there's,
10%.
That's good.
Mike, I think there's,
10.
did like
What
30%.
was it?
Yeah.
About 30.
That's if you have a, what they call a T-SPLOS 2.
which is not,
Oh, that-
not,
Yeah.
That's
Not your
Right,
regular,
that's
another-
from that
another
webinar,
1%.
it is if you have a T-SPLOS 2,
So regular SPOS, that doesn't come
30%
into play.
of
Yeah, that's right.
That's
the
right. I was
state's
getting
Ken,
strategic
you're
plan
gonna give us
projects.
1, 2, 3, 4, and 2.
the 1, 2, 3, 4. This is a regular SPOS. You have complete discretion, subject to negotiation with the city. The T-SPOS that only passed, I think, in the Macon area or somewhere,
Actually,
is a regional
pretty
thing that you'd have to approve regionally, and that amount has to allocate a certain percentage to certain types of
Yeah.
transportation funding.
Uh-huh.
But this SPOS, and Kelly asked me about this, that's why I know it. This SPOS, there is no minimum. You don't have to have it even on the ballot theoretically. But why would you ever go for a T-SPOS when you have SPOS needs that you can include transportation and have more discretion of what you're actually doing? When you go to T-SPOS, you're going to the regional approach, and
We
that's the
got
problem.
a lot more than
Now, what about the structure of the ballot? Can you break things out? People vote on the fire and EMS capital as
Well,
a singular spot.
And this is sort of up to y'all.
I think each one would have to be a separate referendum that way, Mike, if you did what you're talking about.
You gotta be careful about trying to do a la carte referendums, because
Right.
then it looks like you're just
Right.
searching. What do you wanna buy?
Well, we're doing the same things. We go into the community and ask people what they want.
The county.
Right, it's just in the ballot box.
The county did it, and it worked all right.
It's at the ballot box.
But the wording of the very nominal changes to the SPOS language, but the wording is a certain,
Right.
it has to be worded a certain way as far as the ballot question.
Yeah.
But it's a broader question.
Right.
That's why I say what y'all put out further defines that question.
Okay.
So make sure what we're putting out is what we're behind,
Right.
if that makes any sense.
Yes.
But you could do this. Basically, you could a la carte and break it out. However, I think it'd be smart to just kind of find what those true, real needs are, group it, call a day, and get the biggest impact. That's what my.
Well, you also divide the vote when you break it up. Some people want one
One
thing,
thing,
some people
right.
don't want the other, some
Right.
people want this, and those tend to fail.
The next step is for us as a board to make a decision, are we gonna go forward with SPOS? And if so, is it gonna be November?
Yeah, that would be the big. That's the question we need to kind of determine quickly.
The finance committee made a recommendation, right, Mr. Chairman?
That's right.
And
Finance committee made a recommendation of November. That's where Mark got his November the 8th.
I'm good with that.
I can support it.
Although interestingly, you know, we're getting some feedback and reading some things, maybe I shouldn't even go into this, but some group of people were criticizing it for not having it early. And the reasoning was, well, only supporters will show up, you don't want a large turnout. So we have it early, so just the supporters of those referendum items on there. You got another group of people say, well, it needs to be late. It shouldn't be late because if you have a large turnout, it's a lot of uninformed people. That's the people who are against the November scenario. You don't want to have too many people show up and they don't know what they're voting on. So it's going to be up to us
Yes.
to determine that, and I'm in favor of November.
Okay.
Anybody?
We would need to make that decision in an open meeting.
I
wouldn't
think
we?
we're already
Yeah,
out
you
of
can.
time for the first two. We can't get it on
But
the.
we'd have to make a decision on a special date and
You could-
maybe, let's do it the next meeting we have.
No, well, here's what, one second. You know, there's a time parameter of how many days notice you gotta give the city and a parameter of when you have that meeting.
Right.
It's gotta be, and you gotta wait 3 weeks to actually put it on. Y'all can't put it on the ballot yet.
Right.
Y'all can plan to put it on the ballot, but you can't put it on the ballot yet. But what Mark's saying is, the window for, what was it, March?
March.
It's gone. There's no
It's
way you
gone.
can make that. I mean, in my mind, and do it right.
No, we didn't want it. There's an E-Splosh on that, gonna be on that ballot. We didn't want that anyway.
No.
I suggest.
But I'm saying just a decision for us to move forward on that date. We can't do that now without going to the cities first?
Well, I think you can't make a decision here about
Oh,
putting it
no, I'm
on.
not talking about here.
But-
I'm talking about our next meeting.
No, well, I don't wanna do it that way. Let's lay out the schedule of when you actually adopt the resolution,
Yes.
put it on the ballot.
Right.
So there's, I don't wanna say you can just do it.
I want to know basically what the school system has done. I don't know how, whether they voted on anything or not, but they said
Is it?
they were gonna have it in
For who now?
March or whatever. it was.
Well, when's the school boards?
You have to start about 6 months ahead.
But the school just announced that they voted to put it on either March or.
That's
May.
where I was coming from,
They
because
just,
they've already
it's just
done
in
it.
the paper.
They don't have to meet with
They don't have to
everybody.
meet with the
They
school.
can just say, we're gonna have it on the ballot and go.
Oh,
We have to
because
meet with cities,
Notice.
go through a process.
So I like the timeline of
Just so it's on a
However,
major,
with us
like-
planning.
Why not do
meet and
this?
have the
Timeline for November is the second slide in this slide.
Yeah,
That's
it's-
all I know.
we had it in there.
We
yeah.
can send it.
What were you
Yeah.
gonna say now?
Well, that's what I was gonna say. I can send you a time, but if you got it up there, all right, that's good.
Right.
But if we shoot, and maybe we can identify projects for,
Right.
as a discussion item, and then start the process for when we notify the city. That
Right.
starts in May.
That's exactly. Okay.
And then remember, once you notice them, you have to give them, I think, you have to give them at least 10 days notice. After you have that meeting, you got a 30-day window before you can take the next step, which would be to put the resolution, putting it on with the ballot question. See, right now, we don't know what the ballot question would be, other than you got capital needs that y'all have.
That's exactly right.
But the difference in the school system is shortened down by about 4.5 months, because they don't have to meet with anybody. They can just say,
Okay, okay.
we're putting it on the ballot.
Clear.
That's the difference in the two governments.
Okay,
I'm good.
what else? Did it?
Mhm.
Thank you, y'all did a fantastic job of putting this thing
Thank y'all
together
for
for
coming.
us.
All right.
Alrighty then.
Mark, nice job. Time was good too. Boy, dressed you well. I know you heard that, but man, you need to sit down here next time.
I can't suck it up no more, Ann. Well, that satchel was just in my way, and I had my books out.
You two you have to let them cool.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.